All right, everybody, we are live. This is Philo, and with me, as always, is Mahadan. And today, what we are going to discuss is we are going to just continue reviewing the debate between Hamza Tzortzis, Mohammed Hijab versus Aaron Fraser and Mark Oppenheimer. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna proceed forward from what we have already done and dive into the discussion part, the open discussion, open internal discussion part that's being tagged as within the debate. So, hello,
Yeah.
Martin, how are you doing?
I'm all good. I'm good. I'm really interested about this particular one because apparently there was a bit of a ruckus in this one, right? And this might allow us to be a bit more lighthearted. And then I know the last couple of streams we've been very intellectual, or at least that what we perceive to be intellectual, and we were maybe a little bit too into that stuff. But now this one might have a bit of entertainment value. This might be fun to watch. We will try and also be intellectually critical. We're going to try and be fair in respect to each of the debaters. We're going to try and also see what went wrong here. Why did this happen? Because I heard about this. I mean, it was quite a few places that apparently that the moderators were controlling the debate too much. The moderators were interfering too much. The moderators were taking the side of even the atheists apparently too much. The Islamic community, which would be fair upon them, I suppose, if that's what they saw. That there was a bit of bullying going on, maybe, or interruptions going on something like that. At the same time, there might be some underlying dynamics of politics about this that we might want to think about. Like, why is this happening? Why are the interlocutors here? One side is very calm and peaceful and diplomatic, and the other side is a bit more aggressive, bombastic, and bullying in their demeanor. Why is this different from the South African university panel of academics who who are Muslim as well, who are religious as well? They're not like that, and why are these guys like that? We may want to comment on that and try and figure that out, right? What's going on? Is there like a political reason why that's happening?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, you saw. So the panel members are Muslims themselves. I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't realize, to be honest. But
Yeah.
that
I
may be
mean,
the case. That may be the case, right? I mean, I know Chair seemed like he said Chair at some point said that I hold the same beliefs as you. Not similar, not same, but similar beliefs. Basically,
yeah,
right? I'm
I
not an
think
atheist,
they
something
are.
like
I'm
that.
not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know. That the some of the members of the panel were part of the hosts who organized the entire event, which was, I think, the Islamic Society or one of the Islamic societies of the university, right? And so it might have that sort of. It might be the case that the people who were watching and organizing and regulating and controlling the debate were from a similar religious background.
Right. Yeah, quite possibly. But before we start, and then as always, as usual, that our preamble kind of, in a sense, that I'll ask anybody who stumbles upon this video and listens to this far, just to subscribe our channel, share our videos, whatever, to your friends, to your family, to your foes, whoever you can share it to. Like, subscribe, comment, and share. That's the motto. And then press the notification bell if you do subscribe, because then if there's a stream going on, you'll get a notification, and then you can come and join. And maybe at some point in future, we're going to open the stream for people to join in, and then maybe chime in their thoughts on this debate in particular, and then our responses to this debate as such. So yeah, I mean, that's the preamble. But yeah, Martin, as you said, I too heard about the ruckus kind of not atmosphere, but the events that took in that debate didn't seem too palatable, to be honest, at least. And they lost quite a bit of time due to it, so they probably trimmed the video as well. But let's dive in and see what's happening there, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Shall we run it at normal pace, or?
Yeah, run it at normal pace for now.
All right.
25 minutes for this segment. And I just want to say that when you're talking about morality, when you're talking about Sharia law and all these kinds of things, you mentioned something quite interesting. You said, our ordinary requirements for moral philosophy. You mentioned as well, like
Sorry, Martin, you're saying something?
Why is it starting at this point? I think they still had more conversation until they got this point, right? It's after Hamza's speech. It should be. I think.
So I thought that part was the moderator. You want me to run that moderator part as well?
Let's just see what happens. Because are you sure there's nothing else there?
I don't think so. So this is moderator.
Yeah. Let's see what you have to say, what the moderator have to say, because we're going to be analyzing what the moderators did as well.
Doing now is we're going to let the panelists discuss amongst themselves. It's going to be an open internal discussion. We lost quite a bit of time. We'll try to go 20 minutes and see how it goes. But then I want to bring in our two discussants and just add you two to the discussion. And we'll hopefully have a good fire started. And then we will bring in you as the audience for the final 15 minutes or so of that open discussion. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed. I have questions as well. In fact, let me just give you some thoughts that came to mind. It seems that Hamza, that you're.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look behind in the audience, you can't see it now. It was in the previous frame. There was a few. It seemed as though English or white people, right? The reason I mentioned that is because I just didn't notice that until now. So the entire crowd to me looked completely brown, right? As a brown man myself, I just assumed as well that would be the case because having experience with these sort of debates, they tend to be predominantly Asian, South Asian, right?
Right. The audience seems predominantly South Asian, and belief-wise, at least it seems prima facie they're mostly Muslim crowd, right? And
Yes.
this has been something that IERA or even the so now I don't know if IERA still exists or not, but it was the Hamza and Adam Dean and all these guys were founding members of it probably. And they moved on to Sapiens Institute, so they have this power to gather audience for them, their support pretty much. And most of the debates that I have seen, one of them feature into pretty much. So predominantly in their debates, it's like 80-20 ratio or something like that.
The reason I'm raising that is because there's a few blobs of white people in the audience as well. I'm just wondering what they were thinking, because this is like probably a very new type of territory. These debates don't tend to be so polarized. They don't tend to be like 90% brown and 5%, 95% brown, 5% white. It doesn't tend to be that polarized. So this must be a new sort of unfamiliar territory for them, right?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, my understanding has always been that they usually have a larger following for their debates. These guys, IERA guys, basically. Right.
All right. Just let's.
Let's go further,
right? The argument you gave there is trying to undercut the atheistic project, and I've heard this sort of argument before. In fact, I'm working on things similar, not even in a theological setting. But you're talking about the what would you call it?
Evolutionary argument against naturalism. That's Plantinga's form, but this is not the same. Yeah.
That's the name I was looking for. Which is the idea that naturalism is self-defeating. But there's something quite interesting there. And I'm wrestling with this as an ethicist as well. What is grounding ethics?
Yes.
So I'm trained in the Western analytic tradition, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, why are these moves being made? And my sense is that these specific moves are being made in, say, the ontology and consequentialism.
Yes.
They've been made because, let's say, the old way, the religious way of grounding ethics has been jettisoned. And now there needs to be a new starting point. And what you're suggesting is that starting point would be based on faith either way. But you're suggesting that this basis has, first it has let's say, centuries of religious grounding to it, whereas the new attempt to ground post-religion, post-death of God, has an arbitrariness to it that needs to be recognized. I hope I don't misrepresent what you're saying. But I find that quite intriguing because I'm not sure what resources there might be to grapple with what you're saying without accepting the ontology underwriting what you're saying. And this is not just a problem for today's discussion; it's a problem for philosophy in general.
Of course, yeah.
There's a problem of different ontologies competing with each other, and this is actually something for all of you. One of my I would say concerns coming into the room, that we recognize that there are different ontologies in this room, different cosmologies, right? I hope that I'm multilingual in the sense that I understand ontology underwriting your views, and I can understand ontology underwriting your views. But I think as a first step, we first have to realize that there are these different ontologies.
Can I just retort him, because you spent 3 minutes making that point, and we've got 25 minutes for this segment. And I just want to say that when you're talking about morality, and you're talking about Sharia law, and
Just stop for a bit. Sorry. Just wanted to read a comment by Sean. I think we have had quite a few back and forth with Sean, right? And we had him in, I think, our last stream as well, right? Was it last stream or the one before that?
The one before that.
Yeah, one before that, right? So Sean says, hey guys, I'll try to join roughly 1.5 to 2 hours from now, still at work, right? So yeah, Sean, surely will be mostly here, and we'll wait for you. All right. So Martin, do you want to comment on that, or shall we just move past? He was just trying to, not quite sure. He didn't complete his whole point probably, but yeah. The moderator I'm talking about. The moderator.
Yeah, no. So I want to comment on the moderator. He seemed a little bit more philosophically willing to subject his thinking to a bit more of a skeptical attitude.
Right.
Right. He didn't seem to have that sort of. He seemed to have more of a willingness to think about things. Right. Seemed a little bit more investigative in his tone, which is a bit different from the flavor of philosophy that's been presented by the Hijab Co and the Hamza Co. Hijab and Hamza Co, who seem to be more self-assured in their beliefs, which is perhaps more in line with the conclusions of Islamic theology. Right, you have to have some degree of self-assurance.
Right.
So the other person seemed a little bit more tolerant about things and so on. And I don't know what his background is. Maybe he's a philosophy student. Maybe he's an academic. I don't know. But yeah, so I just want to note that there is a bit of a difference between the members of the panel and members of the Islamic Society there, and the Hijab and Hamza.
Right.
Yeah.
They are definitely seemingly willing to accept both the ontologies, at least at least willing to weigh them evenly. So anyways, let's move on to Hijab's points.
all these kinds of things. You mentioned something quite interesting. You said our ordinary requirements for moral philosophy. You mentioned as well, like you've got deontological ethics, you've got consequentialism or teleological ethics, and you've got virtue ethics. You pick up a book on ethics, like, for example, John Mackey, you're going to find this kind of classification. This is a Western classification. You mentioned two men, which are Immanuel Kant and John Rawls, both of which, in a sense, represent the white liberal tradition, both white men from the Western Hemisphere. My question is, why should it be that white men dictate to us what morality is? Have we had enough of this in this country, in a sense that, this is now, to be honest with you, in a veiled sense. If you said our requirements for morality, as if we've all subscribed to it, we have a completely different understanding and a completely different ontology. Why have you assumed that the white man is right? What proof that you have that is Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, or his hypothetical imperative, or John Rawls' veil of ignorance, what you kept mentioning, any of that stuff is true? And what proof do you have that it's objectively true as an atheist? If we can get through this question, then we can talk about Sharia law and the false things that you were saying about it. For example, a woman that's menstruating gets burnt or something like that, or you get burnt by it, or if you have sex with a woman that's menstruating, which is not mentioned in any book of fiqh in Islam whatsoever. And you mentioned it's mentioned in books of fiqh, it's not mentioned in any book. whatsoever. And then you mentioned Khomeini, who was an obscure figure. So my question is, as an atheist, you have the audacity to say our requirements of moral philosophy, as if the white man's moral philosophy is all of our moral philosophies. No, we have divine command theory, we have Quran, we have Sunnah, we have our own way of deriving morals. What objective proof do you two have that the deontological ethics of Immanuel Kant and or the veil of ignorance of John Rawls, who's a liberal, both of them are liberal in a sense, and or any of the consequentialist ethics of any of the utilitarian thinkers of the modern day is objectively true? So.
All right, Madan. So yeah, that was one part of. Do you want me to continue, or you want to comment on it before we move on?
Yeah, so let me just comment on it. So there's many number of different assumptions embedded there. So it's the idea that why should white man dictate, sense of morality to everybody else? Isn't this a form of colonialism or imperialism? Some sort of a power superior inferior relationship. It's only done so through fiat or declaration or proclamation or even mutilation. I mean, maybe it's done through war.
Even a form of racism in a sense, white men dictating.
Yeah. But this is like, it's like the kind of a very modern day version of systemic racism, institutional racism. It's assuming a form of maybe neo-colonialism, where intellectual weaponry you dominate different countries and societies and so on. That itself, it has many things to unpack: systemic racism and colonialism, and whether things are tainted by that. But here's the issue with this: if we do go down this line, it leads to this is like a reducto argument, in the sense that if you consistently apply this principle to all other spheres, it leads to absurdities, and those absurdities should therefore trigger
science and technology and all those things.
Yeah, exactly. The type of rationality that is being advocated is also a Western concept. The type of logic articulated is also a Western concept. The type of contingency arguments is also a Western, or has been at least attended to through discourse and overlap through Western influence.
I mean, someone, Madan, might come and say, hey, no, contingency argument was first used by Al-Kindi and all those, right?
It has been attended, exactly, that's what I'm saying, has been attended to. There's overlap between Western.
Right. But, if you go back enough, then you have the Greeks who have already come up with these, arguments before the Islamic thought ever came into being, pretty much. But
these sort of structures of thinking and tools and so on existed in very many different places. I mean, the thing is, it's not just that, though. I mean, even the scientific process, even falsifiability, psychology, and so on, these things I'm sure Hamza and all them accept, right? But these are all Western concepts. Even many of basically anything that gets invented after some point in the West, they have to discard, right? And obviously that would be a counterintuitive result, right? Why is that? Because it kind of clashes with many of our other acceptances in certain spheres. For example, if science is by and large today influenced by many Western influences and so on, in terms of laboratories, in terms of certain what's it called, statistical significance, for example, the falsifiability, replicability, and all these things. These have been touched on by many academic authors and so on and so forth. You have to then get rid of all of that.
Right, the scientific method, are you thinking, or just general other things as well apart from that?
No, just the scientific parts of the scientific method. You will have to let go. The argument for that is that no, they hold true because they're universally true, irrespective of which culture they came from, which continent.
That just to raise an objection there, Madan, you don't know that scientific method was invented by none other than Ibn al-Haytham, right?
Yeah, but that's
no, that's not true as well. That's not true as well. I'm just being I'm just trying.
Yeah, well, the scientific method overall today is not just Ibn Haytham's contribution. It's a far more.
It's been there since Aristotle. I mean, it's been there since Aristotle. It's been.
I want to say Aristotle. Yeah, but Even ancient Egyptians, they kind of made observations. If you water down science today to that of just mere observation, then it's been there since ancient Egyptians. But the Ibn al-Haytham scientific method is not the same scientific method we use today.
Right.
The point is, all of this stuff has been created through a patchwork of work, through time and error, and different civilization has produced different installments. And today's scientific method is like a knitting of different eras, different cultures, different languages, different people, different times. The Hindus, ancient Hindus, Egyptians, ancient Babylonians, ancient Greeks, so on and so forth, and through the Muslim civilization, Islamic civilization, and all the way through to Judeo-Christian civilization. It's the scientific method. There's lots of popular names like
Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon is the one. Karl Popper, Francis Bacon, right?
Yeah, he came with post-Aristotelian thinking. This is why I wouldn't say Aristotle necessarily, because Aristotle still had this kind of Aristotelian method of thinking, right? But even he had a scientific element to his work, and even like people like Plato, right? So where does science exactly start? Well, there isn't one point. It's just many different people in different places, and
it kept getting refined, and I do agree to your point, definitely.
But the real kind of thrust of the scientific method really came with falsifiability, and you can say that's from Karl Popper, right?
Karl Popper, right? Yeah.
Who came out with the concept of falsifiability. And although there's something in science called the democration problem, and some philosophers of science don't think falsifiability is an important thing. I think falsifiability is still a very important thing in many scientific tests that are conducted. You need some sort of falsifiability. So, and then you have sort of like double-blind tests and placebo controls and all this stuff. These are products of humanity overall, and the Western civilization has made a contribution. It just didn't blow out our one place. And why is that good thing? Well, because it works, and it works universally. So these guys would have to give up all of this and go back to a primitive science, one that just was known prior to the Western civilization. And that also seems contradictory. That just seems wrong. Why would you do that in the first place, right? So there has to be a connection between colonialism and disbanding of these practices. It could be because colonialism, through power, just asserts these things as true. But then they need to tackle that. Is it merely through power that these are things asserted as true? They have to make a connection between colonialism and the inapplicability or the inefficacy of science or logic or something like that.
Right.
But you can't do that. It's not merely based on power, right? Like in very many Indian cultures, there's more of an emphasis on intuitive thinking, let's say. Right. And why should we accept that? What's the reason to accept that? Why should we accept that? So it's not the case that all of this is just merely happening through a form of power, top-down power, oppression sort of regime, right? Otherwise, we will have to say the theory of relativity is not true. It's merely just been asserted into existence through power, and that's it. There's no basis for it. Well, no, the theory of relativity, general relativity and all this stuff, there's a good reason why we should support this, and it holds true universally. And if that's true, then that stands independent to the culture it was born in, whether or not that culture itself had imperialistic practices, committed genocides, whatever you want to call it. That's separate from the notion of whether or not the scientific findings that happened within that empire are correct.
It doesn't really matter what kind of pants you wore, whether you wore suits or not. And I mean that kind of bringing that white colonialistic I think sorry, we have a message from Khali, by the way. Sorry.
That's all right, let him come in, let him come on.
Yeah,
continue. Just continue what you were saying. It's
Yeah,
going to come.
I'm saying that that objection doesn't really make sense in the sense we already illustrated. And I just wanted to comment one more thing on scientific method. It is not that scientific method is still, it's not a still waters. It's still moving. It's still in flux. It keeps changing. As you said, double blind methods and all those things are being added, and new methods are being added to get better and better results basically for the observations basically. Anyways, so yeah, the point stands
Yeah,
that
to be totally
him
consistent. To be totally consistent, they will have to barricade and shield off all forms of insight, any knowledge that was built upon. Even let's say scientific method was built upon by members of the Islamic civilization who lived in a geographical location that was under the Islamic Empire. First of all, there's lots of issues with that anyway. These scientific-minded people were, to some extent, outliers, and they were ostracized to some extent, and they were, demeaned and so on. And secondly, the breakthroughs that occurred during the golden period or prior to the golden period, a lot of it was not directly attributable to Quranic or Islamic or spirituality. It's more of a general workings of the human mind and human curiosity that was, to some extent, compatible with the Quran, but not necessarily something that was derived from it. So, whatever the case,
a lot of these guys, Madin, were already actually termed as hereticals, basically, or heretics, pretty much. I can name quite a few names over here, but that's not the point. One more thing I wanted to add, by the way, was that even the Indian and Chinese culture had this tradition of scientific advancement. So it's not just only the Western societies who are advancing. You probably already mentioned that. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, the basic scientific impulse comes from the very fact that Democritus, maybe Lucretius, I think. I mean, there were ancient Greek philosophers who, for example, would have monitored the weight. There was monitored the weight of their parrots, birds, that they kept in cages, and they made observations. They checked things and found like a pattern, and they fed the birds in accordance to that pattern. Is that the scientific method? That's a form of rudimentary scientific method.
Right.
And then yes, they added the element of repetition, observation, retesting, which was a more fundamental a fundamental pillar of science in a more regimented fashion that we see today. But you had that from Aristotle as well. To some extent, it was a little bit more disorganized. You got that from Plato. Aristotle was arguably a biologist, right? So these were like Greek scientists in some sense. He was like a biologist. He and so on. And Galen was a scientist.
Galen was a biologist, right? He wrote he wrote a whole book on embryology, right? Yeah.
And exactly. So, and then you have Galileo and Francis Bacon in Europe, and they built upon the works of Ibn al-Sina and so on. And
Ibn Sina, you had Biruni, you had Khwarizmi, and all those guys, right? Great scientists. Sometimes some people, when they say that then Arab has not produced, but scientists, there have been quite many scientists from those eras. But as you earlier said, were they influenced by Islam or Quran in some sense or in any sense? Probably not. Were they compatible with it? Yes, surely they were. They tried to find compatibility in a sense, and whenever it didn't seem like they were compatible, they were termed as heretics, pretty much, right?
So then you have the Mutazilites.
Mutazilis, right? Yeah, Mutazilis, right.
And you've got a lot of attempts to try and reconcile many different positions of how God behaves. There was more of an emphasis on metaphysics, and so there was a bit of a quarrel. There's quarrels and camps and factions that formed during the time of how to kind of realize and understand God.
So Mutazilis in today's times would be termed as heretics, pretty much, or not even heretics, probably mushriks, pretty much, because they considered Quran to be co-eternal with Allah, right? And you can't have anything co-eternal with Allah, right? I mean, not even probably Quran, right? So I think so. I mean, it's my hypothesis that they'll be termed as mushriks at this point, but.
So in essence, what I'm trying to say is that they'll have to get rid of science and logic and other forms of thinking, because all of these things has been touched upon by Western discourse, intellectual advancement. And that would obviously, they're not something that they're entertaining, and precisely because they think it's right. So all of these things that Hijab is saying, if the case for morality is objectively true as the atheist proponents are presenting, right, then everything else is irrelevant. It may very well be that these are white men who make certain contribution. By the way, it's not, because some of these hallmarks of morality goes back to Confucius, goes back to ancient civilizations, even ancient Hindus. The very basic golden rule was probably found everywhere, right? And that's all this is there. So the fact that a very, very sophisticated articulation of it, when modern articulation of it exists in during the Enlightenment era, made by people like John Locke, John Stuart Mill, and people like Immanuel Kant, and then later on, more recently, people like John Rawls, right? Who with his theory of justice,
right? Yeah,
they all built upon the works of many different civilizations. Anyway, in general, like David Hume was influenced probably by Buddhists when he thought about the mind-body duality concept and so on, and the concept of the self. And similarly, John Locke and so on, they built upon basic universal thinking that even Aristotle thought about, Confucius had thought about at some point, and the fact that Immanuel Kant then eventually thought about it, and Enlightenment philosophers thought about it, doesn't mean that this was exclusively belonging to them. They just helped develop it. And if it's right, it's right. EMC equal, I forget the. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. This is what happens when you're talking too much.
No, I wasn't really sure what you wanted to say. I said, okay.
I know. I mean, the fact that these things are correct holds independently. You don't need to taint it with who made it. In fact, that's something called the genetic fallacy, or it's like an ad hominem.
Right.
Anyway, let's go on.
Let's welcome Kylie. Kylie, how are you?
I'm good. Sorry for being late. Once again.
You're always late.
I'm sorry. I'm a chronic. I have this chronic problem. So, what you just mentioned, the genetic fallacy. I'm not sure at which point you guys are in the debate, but Aaron actually mentions it. Maybe Aaron or Mark. He mentions the genetic fallacy when Muhammad Hijab points this out. I guess you guys are talking about
later on. I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll probably point it out.
I mean, you guys are already at the point where I'm just guessing from your discussion where Hijab has raised an objection about Mark's morality being based, or whatever his worldview is. That is based on some white philosophers, or Caucasian philosophers, right?
Right.
Dominantly white.
We just ended at his statement there, and then we started talking.
I think the very next wordings, the very next words will be from Aaron Fasser, in which he'll say, "Do you know about the genetic fallacy?"
Okay.
No,
we already talked about it, right? Yes, we did. Shall we move on? Any more comments to be made over here? There were some things that I think probably I don't even remember. And these were some some comments about morality in the Quran and in the Sunnah, right, or in the Hadith. So I'm not quite sure where it is mentioned. Hijab was quite furious about those things being mentioned by Mark, right? And maybe
some mistakes in his
to have dropped down. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, for a moment you dropped down, right?
Yes, for a moment. So what I was mentioning is that I think Mark, so I can hear myself back. Okay. So what I was mentioning is that Mark did make some mistakes in his opening statement because he mentioned a few things which weren't in the Quran, but he mentioned that they are in the Quran. For example, I think he mentioned about the blasphemy law or the apostasy
burning
law being in Quran. I'm not sure either one of them. He mentioned that is mentioned in the Quran. Well, it's not per se. It's not mentioned as a law. So he made a mistake, but he made a mistake in terms of just the error was where that ruling is mentioned. So it's not that the ruling isn't there. These Dawa guys, this particular group, do endorse that law. They have no problem with that particular law, but his mistake, Mark's mistake, was they mentioned was saying that this is in the Quran. I cannot recall what other things Mark said. I think Mark also mentioned something what Khomeini said. Imam Khomeini being this particular group of dais being from a Sunni background, I think they would totally ignore what Imam Khomeini said
Right,
because he is a typically Shia scholar.
He's a Shia
Yeah,
scholar, right?
yeah. So they'll have no problem completely rejecting him. So
Dismissing
that is
him,
not a
right?
problem. Yeah. They can dismiss him without any without a second thought.
Yeah, without.
So I cannot recall what else Mark mentioned. But I mean, I think we don't even need to go too much into too much detail into that much. So I'm not sure. Have you guys discussed this point? Because we'll come back to the primary problem with such what you'd call objections, because the
Right,
problem will be upon what objective basis are you criticizing these laws.
right.
So you'll
I think
have
we
to be
don't
very
need.
clear. Yeah,
We
you'll have
can
to be
just
very you'll have to be very clear in terms of how you are grounding your morality, and then criticizing anyone else's moral rules. So you could criticize them, but you have to agree, at least
well
maybe you
grounded,
have to agree.
well grounded.
Yeah, you have to mention, clarify your grounds,
Mhm.
or you have to agree with your interlocutor the basic, some, let's say, some basic moral principles upon which both of the parties agree, and then upon those, if any moral rules, if it is assessed, they might be found, so some moral rules might be found as not being consistent with those principles. So I think that was one of the problem that I think was there with Mark's statement.
Right. I totally agree. We should move on to that most fundamental problem. But just mention that some accusations were made by Hijab. And Mark said in his opening statement as well that if I'm wrong, I would, love to be corrected. Right. So he just apologized in advance. But something like did he even mention something like menstruating women get burnt or something like that? I don't know. That's something that Hijab was throwing, but I don't
But
even know.
what we know though, after a recent debate that we saw, sometimes you can just ground morality on your intuitions, right? And that could just
Mhm.
be a technique they can use. If Hamza and Co and Hijab is of that sort of view, I don't think they are anymore. But I think Hamza makes the point of innateism or properly basic belief as well, that it's just you don't need any evidence for it because it's innate and universal. Well, that's the case for moral intuitions as well, certain moral intuitions. Jonathan Hyde, a professor, he talks about that universally you can find certain moral intuitions about purity, about loyalty, about harm reduction, and a few more. And when it comes to purity considerations, that is the kind of it's an impulse towards not defiling the pureness of the human condition. So what could that be? Well, stuff like watching, maybe eating human corpse. It creates a form of disgust. So purity is very related to the concept of disgust. And if something feels disgusting, then for those cultures who prioritize the disgust impulse a lot, they will feel that disgust impulse and then condemn stuff like incest or cannibalism and things that create feelings of disgust. And other cultures have the intuition towards harm or predominantly harm, right? And that overtakes the intuition of disgust. And we look at things through a disgust lens. So, look at through a harm lens. So, if irrespective of there being a disgust, we ask what is the harm of doing this, though, right? And that's it. That's kind of what all Jonathan Haidt talks about. But when people do say that morality is universal and we can intuitively get to morality, it's actually there's a few different dimensions of it: purity, harm, etc. And it depends which intuition overtakes which is the stronger intuition. Some cultures take other intuitions more strongly than others. So if anybody wants to make an argument about intuition, whether it's the atheists or the theists, and simply say, well, it's intuitive, we don't need to prove it. Which one you can't prove? Which one, right? Or is it all of them? All of them are true simultaneously, or is it what about a culture that, for example, the Western culture, predominantly in Western culture, we use harm a little bit more predominantly than disgust or loyalty. Harm is slightly more important as a algorithm to work out what is immoral compared to other cultures. Well, which one is right? So we still have that problem. So we don't have a completely universal intuition towards a single moral framework. We have slightly different frameworks, right? That operates to different levels, and that those algorithms then churn out different rules. So the reason I'm mentioning that is if anybody's thinking that we can do it through intuition, and if somebody does think that, then then why is your intuition for, let's say, disgust or loyalty more important than, let's say, my intuition for harm? Yeah.
And I think we'll often see this inconsistency and a hypocritical approach from the theistic proponents, because what they'll do is, and particularly this Daniel Haqiqatjou, and even I think this the IRA group, what we can call, if you can call them that, they will use, I think I've mentioned this in an earlier stream as well, that they'll use it in a very circular way. So they'll use morality to prove God, and when they're doing that, they'll claim that morality is intuitive and therefore it is true. So they'll use in this and that argument, they'll use morality as intuitive, and what they'll do is that from morality, the objective morality, they'll try to prove that God exists. And when we are discussing morality, they'll say that if God doesn't exist, then morality is irrelevant. So therefore, they'll then say that without God, morality doesn't exist. So I think their approach is very circular, and it's whatever is convenient at the time. They take that approach. They'll question one based on the other, whatever is convenient during the debate, or whatever. The other, they'll tweak their approach based on the opponent.
Right. They'll make quite a few flip-flops pretty much. You'll see. Yeah, I think, I just listened to the whole thing and then realized that. But shall we move on then, or otherwise we're gonna be...
60 seconds and then you can press the... If something through intuition is enough for it to be true, then you don't need further evidence, and you don't need divine command theory to ground morality, right? Because that requires reasoning, and a second ontology, and an ontology requires a reasoned basis. But that requires reasoning, right? But if it's true by intuition, then you don't need that. But if intuitions do need grounding, then you've given up the idea that intuitions need support. Then you've given up the idea that intuitions alone work. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. One of them has to go, right? So either divine command theory has to go, and morality, we can have morality, right?
Right.
Or intuitions have to go.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Right. Let's move on then.
First of all, I think you play a very dangerous game when you attach secular ethics to race, and you rob people who are of many races of their human rights. Like when you say that it's a white man's game to talk about rights, or to try and abolish suffering.
No, I didn't say it's a white man's race. It's a white man's game to talk about rights. I said that what you've mentioned is a Western form of ethics. Is the knowledge producers were objectively white men, objectively from the liberal tradition in Europe.
You'll know about the genetic fallacy.
I'm not saying it's false. I'm asking you why it's true.
Yes. So let's first. I just first want to deal with this question, which I'm saying we can assess the content of the ideas by looking at the race and the sex of the speakers.
You said our moral philosophy. You've included me in your morality. I'm asking you to prove your morality before you say our moral. I don't subscribe to your morality. Answer me, why is the veil of ignorance of Jordan rules or the consequentialist moralities of any of the liberal thinkers or the veil of ignorance or the ontological ethics of Kant is true?
I'll get to it. You're going to have to stop interrupting me. Okay.
And
So
just
firstly-
to add to you, so it enhances your discourse, you also mentioned rights.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I'm assuming you're advocating a liberal conception of rights, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Well,
Do you advocate the UN Charter?
the claim that I've made is that there are 3 different ways in which an atheist can construct morality. They
Yeah,
can
I
either-
understood that. I just
Yeah.
want to know specific, because you mentioned rights twice,
Yeah.
and it's very
So
important to
the
unpack
ontological
these.
account can get you rights, and a consequentialist account can also get you rights. So
Yes,
rules of
but from the
for example.
perspective of law, of legal and moral reasoning, and what your views are, so I understand how to deal with you and your beliefs in a positive way. What conception of rights do you advocate? Is it the conception of rights that is known as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
So first of all, I haven't expressed the personal view about ethics, and I don't intend on doing it.
Okay, you mentioned rights twice.
You just say
If
our
you-
ordinary
if you just-
rights.
if you could
Very
just-
nice, but
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
please,
let's just-
the reason I'm saying is because rights are connected to morality.
You've asked him a number of questions. Can you just, for the sake of discussion,
I
just
promise
give him-
not to
just give him
interrupt
5
you.
minutes?
Give him at least
I just wanted
a
to.
minute.
I do apologize. I just wanted to add to that because that's going to be a follow-up question. So if you think about that, just let us know.
Yeah.
Because what I wanted to say was that has a liberal individualist assumption, which many people don't have to agree.
Hold
And
on
that's
for a
why
moment.
when you come to the
Hello,
table with these
hold on.
universals, it does come across as some.
Pause it for a moment. I did say pause like 5 minutes ago. You didn't hear me, so I just let
You
it go.
You did?
But
Okay, sorry.
yeah. No, it's okay. I'm just. Doesn't it seem as though, for some reason, that Hamza is trying to stop them from talking entirely? He kind of trying to put words in his mouth, right? It's almost like they're so defensive about it, right, that they don't want to let them finish talking. And I know people who are like that. When I'm sometimes debating with people, their best tactic is to not let me finish. It's almost like if they let me finish it, it's over, right? So they do everything they can to stop me from talking. And I felt like that before. And it just seems like Hamza, what he's doing is he's loading the deck or loading things in such a way that he's trying to preempt everything that the atheists can say here.
Right. I'm not quite sure why Hamza is hell bent on just talking about the human declaration. Kali is back. So that UN Human Declaration of Rights. So why is it
No,
he
that's what I'm
just
saying,
hell
though.
bent on that one particular part? He's defining 3 different ways of coming to a basis for your morality, right?
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm saying, though.
and
It
derive
looks like-
rights from those basically, and then let him spell out what the rights, how you can derive those.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe
But that's what I'm saying. It
I don't
looks
know whether he
dishonest.
did or not in his own opening statement. Maybe he did. Who knows? I mean, I don't remember. But as far as I remember, I don't think so. He talked about those, UN charter pretty much, right?
I don't think he mentioned them explicitly, but I think Hamza is trying to infer it based on just his general approach, I guess. So his argument, his question is about that.
Yeah, that's kind of as Madin said, that's an interruption tactic. I mean, if he
Yeah, I
mentions
guess
it,
maybe.
right?
I guess, yeah. I mean, their whole approach, their whole approach right now is to just question on what basis are you saying that whatever you are presenting is objectively true, or is an objective standard to evaluate any action and to categorize an action as morally good or bad. So their whole approach is this, and I think that this is going to continue. And as Mohammed Hijab said, why is the veil of ignorance? Why should we take that approach? Why is that objectively true? So once again, therein lies their whole approach. And I think the simple answer to that is, well, why is your approach? Why is Mohammed Hijab's approach, which is the basing moral rules on God, why is that truly objective? It's not. Just because you say, even if God exists, even if he has assigned these moral rules, how does that make it objective? It does not. You just assert, this is just an assertion that you're making. Please explain how your worldview of God assigning or defining moral rules makes those moral rules objectively true.
Yeah, but at this moment, they're not even touching down at the bottom of the root, at the roots of the issue. So the atheists are making a claim, a epistemological and ontological claim at the level of moral ontology, right? And then moral epistemology. So by talking about suffering and pain, and then building from that to make arguments regarding methods they can use, then such as the categorical imperative. And the argument from the from John Rawls behind the veil argument, etc. So that's where the concern is for the atheists. But what Hamza is trying to take a detour and go 1,000 steps ahead and says, how do you have human rights, right, or something like that, and not allowing them to talk about it. And they almost seem frightened to me by what they may say or something, right? It's almost as though they don't want to talk at the level of ontology. They want to talk at the level of, at this moment anyway, they want to talk about how you, because I think because that's the simplistic argument that IERA or now Sapiens usually make, like these human rights don't stand on anything, right? I don't think too many people then what opponents, atheistic or secular opponents, would do at that point is talk about why the human right tradition makes sense morally, right? Without really going to the philosophy. And that's what they're used to. Not a lot of people talk at the level, even at a core, central, rudimentary level, where they talk at the level of ontology, talk about categorical imperative and so on. So since not a lot of people talk about it, it seems as though they're not used to talking about that. So they're just taking a little detour here. That's what it seems to me like anyway. Hence the interruptions.
Right, quite possible. But then, the only objection I have, at least let that guy, finish what he's saying. Right, he hasn't even delved into that rights issue as yet, and you're just leaping ahead, 10 steps and saying, okay, why don't you just talk about this right now? What do you mean by that? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's move forward.
Way that there's a sign of maybe superiority complex.
Yes,
and I don't mean it in a negative way. I'm just trying to psychoanalyze certain statements in a positive way, so we know, and you could stand in the possibility that in actual fact that you may think you're already right, and I want you to stand in the possibility that you might be wrong. And if that's the case, then maybe define your terms a bit more clearer, especially when you're mentioning things like rights, because rights is a big term, but it has ideological strong constructs. That's my point.
All right, so I'm now going to speak without interruption.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to try and answer your questions as best as I can.
Please.
You're still interrupting me.
I said,
Okay.
I think at this point, Mark was visibly flustered, right? Then small. Please.
Who do you think will win in a fight between Mark and Hamza?
we want them both in like that Elon and what's his name, Mark Zuckerberg fight, right? In the cage, we want them both in the cage, right? Okay, sorry Mark, sorry Hamza.
No, I mean, look at them. They at least Mark is bothered. Look, he's gone red. That's the issue.
He's been visibly flustered, right? Pretty much.
Yeah,
right?
he was flustered a few times. When they compared him to a bomb.
Right.
We compared him to a bomb a few times, which was completely out of nowhere, right? It was out of nowhere. I would not be surprised if this is like a deliberate tactic to kind of, like Muhammad Ali.
I mean, this could be a deliberate tactic to fluster them, pretty much.
Yeah.
Move the ground a little bit beneath them, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you what. I think I mentioned it in an earlier stream as well. So Daniel Hakikat, you had a sort of a podcast with them post debate to discuss this debate, right? With Hamza and Mohammed Hijab. Hamza and Mohammed Hijab mentioned in that discussion that they had planned. I mean, whatever, whether their intent was you call sinister or not, maybe it was just to leave, just for showmanship maybe or not.
Maybe just to
So
gain
they
a
wanted
little
to
bit
make
of
some,
ground.
yeah. So maybe for that, it wasn't with a very sinister intent, but for whatever reason they had planned such jokes, such puns, around the concept of around bombs and nukes and all that. We are going to nuke your argument, and we are going to nuke so bomb uh, this this statement or whatever. So they said that we were making these, we had sort of planned this out to make just such statements, because since his name was Mark Oppenheimer, so they
Yeah,
wanted to sort of
Right, right.
cash in on that name.
and the justification that Hijab gave to in a video that I saw with him and not Tzortzis, Daniel Hakikichu, was that there's no people need to know the difference between being assertive and arrogant, right? And his tactics were, they might have been confident and assertive, but it doesn't mean his points are wrong. It doesn't matter how assertive or confident, or if he shouts his point, if he says his point loudly, it doesn't mean he's wrong simply because he said it loudly. So why is people focusing on his shenanigans and antics that he's doing? And he misses the point that it's not just the tone, but it's the content as well, right? That he's being reprimanded on, such as the bomb references, right? Such as mentioning things about Oppenheimer's aesthetics, like saying, "Oh, here's a handsome man," and then we have Oppenheimer, right? So these are underhand tactics. They're not. It's not just tone. It's not just the manner of delivery, but it's also the content. And you might think that doesn't necessarily affect Hijab's arguments. Well, what it does is the following. It's a means to get in the head of the opponent. Of course, it's intellectually dishonest in the sense that you're not there to win your argument based on logic and merits or evidence, but through weakening your opponent psychologically to the point where he's distracted enough so that he doesn't present the best argument. That's it's like getting into a boxing match, and every time the referee looks away, you hold on to your opponent's arms. And if you win
It's
the
like
match,
chess boxing. It's a chess boxing game, right? You have the mind games before the boxing match ever takes place.
So it's not an intellectual, honest way to win. That's the point. Here's the issue: we're not reprimanding Hijab just merely on the fact that he uses rhetoric. Rhetoric is fine. Use rhetoric, but it means don't use illegitimate points. Don't make your rhetoric in such a way that is acting as a distraction that has no relevance whatsoever. And you might think of it as a courtroom, right? In the courtroom, you can use rhetoric as well. You can use rhetoric. You can explain why this heinous act of murder was cruel and horrible and horrendous, as long as it's supported by the evidence. And then you can go, as rhetorical as much as you want. You can become Martin Luther King as long as you're consistent with the evidence as you're talking. But as soon as you start using rhetoric in a bad way, such as insulting the other lawyer for no reason, that has nothing to do with the case. Maybe the other lawyer's personality has an effect in the court trial, in which the judge would accept the rhetoric. So the seeming irrelevance. So if you start talking about the other lawyer in this manner, saying that this particular lawyer didn't do X, Y, or he's related to the jury member, or he's paid, he's slept with the judge, then it's relevant, right? Then it's really relevant. What that lawyer should not be there. But otherwise, if you say this lawyer is ugly, this lawyer had this lawyer is wearing black food, that's irrelevant. Yeah, this is the point. This is what people don't get. Yeah, we have this in courts all the time, in which case there is relevant rhetoric and irrelevant rhetoric. Relevant rhetoric, which is based on evidence, such as you might, all the flowery speech that you give is also additionally backed up with evidence, and then irrelevant stuff that has no evidence behind it, and you're just going off track, making it about something that's completely irrelevant, like reference to the bombs, and stuff like that. These sort of techniques. If this was a courtroom, the judge would have reprimanded Hijab, and importantly so, because why? Because it affects the juror's perception of getting to the truth, right? The jurors cannot arrive at the truth if all these other irrelevant psychological tactics are playing a part. Then they don't necessarily analyze the evidence for the evidence sake. They start analyzing other stuff like, is open armor as good looking as Mohammed Hijab? Actually, no, he's not. Hijab's better looking. Hijab's taller. He's, that plays a role in my evaluation of evidence. That's silly, right? That has nothing to do with anything. And bomb references as well. These are. I don't know how it will affect. There's studies on this as well that you make sort of backhanded comments and it devalues, discredits the opponent, and you're less likely to see them as credible people. Well, is that for a good reason? No, it's an irrelevant reason because there's nothing to do. Oppenheimer has no connection to bombs. At least this particular Oppenheimer, right? Yeah. So this is irrelevant. So this is what we're trying to say by when hijab is being bad in his arguments. It's not about necessarily just about his tone. Not necessarily. It's about the content that he says and how he goes off the topic. Yeah.
Right. Agreed. Completely agreed. Yeah. This he seems to have shaken quite a few times, pretty much. And at this point, he's in rage, complete rage. Mark, by the way. Yeah. And I mean, it's visible. Even Aaron seems to be in a little bit, frustrated state, pretty much. So let's see what he has to say.
Yeah. So, all right, let's first of all talk about the different moral frameworks that you can have. I haven't picked a lane for myself, and I don't intend on doing so. The claim that I have made is that an atheist is entitled to claim that there are moral facts, that they don't have to buy the nihilism. You've set up a false dilemma, which is to say that either morality is grounded in God, or there is no such thing as morality, that the atheist is required to say that they're just whizzing atoms and they cannot have any normative force. And what I pointed out is that there are very good secular claims to why there is morality, either grounded in suffering or grounded in human reason, which can generate rights. And by the way, those rights can be spoken about either in legal instruments, so we can talk about rights that are allocated by the UN, or they can just be talked about in the deontological sense. You don't necessarily have to think that the UN Charter on Human Rights is the definitive account. But I think we think a lot of the rights that are in the Charter are pretty good. Now, you can bite the bullet. You can just say, I don't buy any of it. I don't believe in rights. I don't think there's a problem with suffering. I don't like any of the rules that rules generates. And you can just bite the bullet and you can say, there is nothing wrong with putting homosexuals to death. That's just your white liberal Western conception of things. And we're going to have to agree to disagree on that. The point is that you have to bite a very repugnant bullet. That when you deny the major moral theories, that the consensus is going to be against you. Now, it has nothing to do with your race or your sex. While I was trying to explain this, that there's a huge danger in claiming that the liberal tradition or that the moral philosophies that have emanated from John Stuart Mill, John Rawls, or Immanuel Kant belong to white people, or because they emanate from white people, there's something wrong with them. First of all, many people around the world benefit from the notion of human rights. The idea that as an individual, you have a claim against someone else not to do certain things to you. That because you have a right to dignity, it is wrong for someone to intentionally torture you against your will, to put you into a state of slavery. I mean, one of the examples that I gave where I said any person who thinks that morality is external and a good thing would think that slavery is abhorrent. Now, the Quran mentions slavery on many occasions. It does not.
Before we get to that,
Madhan, did you ask me to stop? Did anybody ask me to stop?
No. Keep going.
All right.
you've spoken for 2 minutes. Can we respond to one thing at a time? Because otherwise you're just going
Sure,
to
Let him finish that.
Let me finish that
Okay,
point.
go
Then we go.
If the Quran mentions slavery, and we'd expect the divine being that either issues good commands or is aware of what is good, to not just have regulation about slavery, but to outright condemn it, to say that no matter the society that you're in, regardless of the place or the time, slavery is always wrong. And we just don't see that in the Quran.
Okay,
That seems
so
like a failure.
Let's respond. You've completely miscategorized what he said. You've strawmanned actually what he said, which is very surprising considering your level of qualification and education. I'm actually surprised that he didn't say we don't believe in rights or suffering. He said we don't believe that you can't prove it objectively underline the word objectively, as an atheist, there is no mechanism through which you can prove deontological ethics or consequentialist ethics on an objective framework, which is why John Stuart Mill tried to prove the desirability principle in his book on utilitarianism. What I'm saying is that this is the first thing you're going to have to choose. The second thing is, we talk about race and you talk about slavery. Let me tell you something the Prophet Muhammad said. Okay, the Prophet said there's no virtue over a black man over a white man or an Arab over a non-Arab. How comes it took you, I don't know how many years as the white dominance to figure that out? Only 30 years ago you stopped apartheid. So why should we listen to you? In a sense, you're playing the moral superiority card. With all due respect, it took you 1,300 years after the fact to realize that something the Prophet said, Prophet Muhammad, who you're attacking the religion of right now, 1,300 years before, you now agree with him. So how do we know you're not going to differ on these issues? Number two, on the issue of slavery, okay, because when was the apartheid end? 1994, 30 years ago, and they're telling us about.
I took more than 300 interviews when I worked for Facebook. 80%.
Stop this. Let's.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have anything to say there?
Well, no, let Hijab finish. Let Hijab finish his speech, then we'll talk.
No, there was this pesky ad, so I just,
See how this is working here. Number two, you said this the emanation and the knowledge production of these ideologies that you're talking about is undoubtedly white and European. You cannot take that away from the reality. I don't think John Stuart Mill or Jeremy Bentham or Immanuel Kant was Nigerian. I didn't see. You're talking about secular ethics. It's not the secular ethics of the black man, is it? It's the secular ethics of the white man. And you've already assumed it to be true, just like many of probably the people before in this country, white men, assumed that apartheid was true. Then they had to, the suffering, by the way, that Mandela and others had to undergo, the suffering, which is good suffering, by the way, because not all suffering is bad. You said suffering is bad. What about the suffering that Mandela and the others, the anti-apartheid activists, had to go through? Was that good suffering or bad suffering? It was good suffering, because then people realized that it's equality in race and things like that. So this is what you're doing here, is you're being morally sanctimonious. You're clearly trying to come with a hierarchy, as you explained to me. No, you explained to me why your morality is true in the first place. I believe, yes, homosexuality is prohibited in Islam. It's wrong. Yes, I believe you're going to go to the hellfire if you don't believe in Allah. Yes, I believe that there's heaven. Yes, I believe in the day of judgment. These are things I believe in. Tell me why that's wrong. Tell me why that makes Islam to be true. What creedal disproving implications does that have? As a philosopher, where is your objective morality? Where is your objective reasoning? Where are the arguments? Where is the empiricism? Where is the calculation? Where is the proof? Where is the evidence? That's what I'm asking. Don't assume, because the dominance remains in the Western Hemisphere, and there's hegemony on the side of the Western Hemisphere, that whatever ideology they decide to put down, that you're going to come here and tell us our requirements.
So it seems as though Mohammed Hijab's had a bit of a psychotic breakdown there, right? And that's what it seems like. I don't even understand what he's saying. He's going from one thing to another. Yes, we believe in God and hell. Prove this, prove that. Where's your it's everything that he's saying there. It's verbal diarrhea. It's a splattering of everything. It's like emotional damage coming out of his mouth. Right?
It's an emotional outburst he's having right now, and that's triggered by probably the verses, the pointing finger at the Quran and the Sunnah, basically. And as soon as Mark did that, he was just triggered pretty much, and this is an outburst of emotion, pretty much, right?
Yeah, because I can't follow what he's saying.
The only thing of any sense that I could hear from him is he wants an objective basis for the for grounding your morals, pretty much, right? And that's what he's demanding. Where is your evidence for that objectivity? Basically, how do you? Mark, to be all fair to him, he never said that this grounding is in whatever sense you may want to call it. He's not saying it's an objective, but he's saying that you can ground them on these three bases, basically, right? And
I'm not sure what Mark is saying, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure whether he's arguing. I don't think he actually explained himself well there. That's what's allowed Hijab to come out with all of this, right?
Right. I think the triggering point pretty much seems like pointing finger at the Quran, pretty much, and the Sunnah, basically, and those slavery passages and whatever those things are, and then not having provided enough grounding for where your morality is coming from. How are you saying that those
Yes,
things are
yes,
wrong
yes.
when you have
In
when
essence,
you don't have any
yeah. In essence, this is just emotional noise right now,
diatribe?
right?
It's an emotional diatribe, pretty much.
Yeah. When I say emotional, I mean this is what I mean. It's not that he's not trying to sequence his comments together to make a point. It's
Right. Okay,
he's
I take back diatribe pretty much from here,
yeah,
right?
it's just that he's so passionate right now that he's got a somewhat coherent connection of many different thoughts together, right? At some point, it's almost like he's trying to defend himself, like, oh, I believe in this, right? But I believe in hell. Hey, yes, I do. He's just talking a lot. It's not like logical statements. It's not very well sequenced. You can't follow two premises and it leads to this conclusion. It's hard to kind of follow. In essence, what, as you said, he's just saying, like, stop being morally self-righteous. Yeah, we believe in these things. Where's your framework to assess it? That's what he's saying, right? In all that noise.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, all of his statement could be summarized in these things.
Kind of,
Much,
yeah,
right?
something like
Where
that.
is your
Yeah, if I'm wrong at characterizing him, is because he's shouting so much. His speech is more like Adolf Hitler, something that Hitler would deliver, and therefore really
right? You're going too far at the very far end. We won't be able to meet him at all at any time, in the speaker's corner.
Well, I'm just saying, because when somebody speaks like this, it's hard to unravel what you're going to say. It's not there to engage or to be transparent and go, here's my points. This is why I believe this. It's more like a punch to the face. What he's doing is he's doing a argumentative punch to knock out his opponent so he doesn't come back.
All right. Can I? Yeah, I don't know. I see what you're saying. I think what's happening here is few moments before this, we were saying Mark was seemingly flustered. Now it seems like he's flustered. Hijab is flustered, and then
Hijab is always flustered.
he's coming out very differently, in a very different manner. He's responding in frustration in a very different manner than Mark was, pretty much, right?
Yeah, and I think Mark had probably should. The problem with Mark's thing here was he did not explain how the ontological basis for morality. I do think Aaron Fraser might have that up his sleeve, right? But Mark did not explain anything. I would say he just said that it goes against the consensus, and
right.
I don't think that really gets.
I mean,
to the point.
he didn't even talk about categorical imperative. Probably he did, or he did not. I don't remember.
Exactly. But he would have to, because those two are asking for what's the basis to ground.
Right. He'll have to outlay that thing right in front of them. Okay, this is how I'm assessing this Kant's deontological.
And because so he in his calmness just didn't do that and just merely sounded like he's saying, oh, it just goes against the consensus, and isn't it very almost like saying, isn't it counterintuitive to think that homosexuality is this or that, executing people is this or that, slavery is this or that.
Right.
This will obviously provoke Hijab. So I actually credit to some extent Hijab here, in the sense that he's taking advantage of a weaker position that Mark presented, or lack of presentation. Yeah, so credit in that sense. He's giving a show now, trampling upon the lack of argument. I think Mark did. I think Mark could have done a better job by being a little bit more thorough.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, and this is causing the dance and part of Hijab. I don't know where Kylie is.
Yeah, Kylie is missing.
No, I'm
search
here.
Search warrant for Kylie.
No, I'm still here. I was listening to you guys. So I think Mark actually answered Hijab, but as Mahadin pointed out, his answer was that it's based on consensus. Then if we don't believe in these moral frameworks, then we'll be going against the consensus. But so what then? You have to explain, you have to expand on that. You have to, I mean, even though that might be, that might provide some sort of grounding to your moral framework, to your to adopting to certain framework, but you have to explain it in a better way. You have to word it better than that, because otherwise you are giving a lot of ground to your opponent, particularly like Hijab and Hamza, to just get back on that and sort of um, catch you on that. They're going to grab onto that opportunity, and they're going to ask you, and they're going to shred your sort of your statements apart. So you should be able to explain your position in a better way as to what the problem is. And I think, I don't know, maybe Mahathir might disagree with that, but I think the response should have been based on, I mean, I would say if I had been in his place, that, objective, because I don't think objective morality, what the sort of objective morality that Hijab is requiring, that sort of objective morality doesn't exist. Because in a way, what Hijab is asking for is not objective morality. He is what he's asking for is, in a way, it's kind of absolute morality.
He's asking for a divine morality, and I mean,
Exactly.
in his mind, there is no other thing that can compete with divine
Exactly.
morality, and there's nothing that exists, right? I think
his definition of objective morality includes God in it.
Exactly.
Therefore, he will not accept any moral framework as objective if it does not include God, the concept of God in it.
Right.
So that is, so it is what I think what my approach usually would be in such scenarios is that I would ask Hijab to explain why is your morality objective? Why are you categorizing your morality objective? If you agree, and if he agrees that in a way, he wouldn't, but let's say if he is honest enough, he would conclude that yes, okay, my morality is also objective, but and Hijab's morality is also based on some objective, some subjectively selected frameworks, and mine is the same. Then at least we're on the same level, and then we can agree to some moral principles. And I'd like to point out over here, I'll refer back to what Hamza mentioned in his maybe in his opening statement. Probably it was his opening statement. He said, while trying to refute Euthyphro's dilemma, he said that God's morality is not arbitrary, or even God's innate nature, or whatever he prescribes as moral rules aren't arbitrary, because they are just like keys to a lock. And those lock, in a way, he also clearly said that those moral rules are actually better for us, for human well-being. And therefore, I would say quite explicitly agreeing that this human well-being, the concept of human well-being, or the human well-being as a goal of morality, is something that he considers as objective, irrespective of God, because he is that.
So I'll take a Khayali. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, sorry.
You're back.
So according to his statement, Hamza's statement, even God abides by that standard. He has to choose. In order to be good, God has to select human well-being as a goal of his morality. Otherwise, his morality would be objective, or arbitrary. So I would say that even if I take Hamza's statement, he is agreeing with the statement that human well-being is even God's goal. So maybe we can argue based on that. If you agree that human well-being is the ultimate goal, then okay, then let's argue based on that ground. Okay, so we are going to take human well-being as an ultimate goal, and then we are going to judge every moral framework based on that.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Plato's dilemma demonstrated, and that's what we've been talking about, in the sense that
right,
if it's going to be an arbitrary standard, then it's just his random wishes.
Exactly.
Then it works independently God. If it works independently God, then whatever that standard is the standard of morality. And in this case, if it's something like human well-being, it would be that. I don't think it's as simple as that. We're just using different semantics and terminologies to describe it. You can say human well-being, human health, welfare. You can also just say being a benevolent person, and being a benevolent person encompasses being taking the interest of others into account, which includes their well-being, right? So there's different ways to get to the same situation, but in the end, it's that that there's an independent standard. So what that would, it depends what you mean, what you do here. So if you're like the atheist who actually thinks there's an objective morality, you can do that, you can hold that, or you might be a nihilist. You can be an atheistic nihilist who doesn't have any morality, but still use Plato's dilemma to show that even if you tried to ground it on God, it would either be arbitrary or there was an independent standard, in which case you can't ground it on God, right? The atheist also doesn't believe in any morality. This is an atheistic nihilist specifically. But what he's trying to show is there's an intellectual inconsistency or intellectual failure on the part of the theist to ground his own morality. Because when he tries to ground it on God, it's either arbitrary, in which case there's no connection between God and morality. It's just random, right? Or it's an independent standard, in which case God doesn't ground it, whatever that independent standard is, right? It works even without God. And
yeah, I mean, this is a basic problem that we were having. Sorry, Callie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say is that, I mean, Mahadin, you're right that even a moral nihilist should be able to demonstrate that the theistic position is no better than his position, meaning a theistic position of moral, trying to ground morality, it's no better than a moral nihilist even, because again, he would be facing the same problems as a moral nihilist.
That's not the exact point I made, but that's another point you can actually make as well.
Yes.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is that the nihilist can point out that it's going to either be arbitrary, in which is just his wishes and desires. Is that necessarily theistic nihilism? Like a theistic version of nihilism? Well, nihilism is more like there isn't any moral values, right? So I don't know what that would be. That would be like God's ego.
God's nihilism.
Maybe not. I won't even say God's nihilism, because nihilism doesn't say any value. Nihilism says there's no value.
Sorry, so can you describe what are you trying to label actually? So what position? Can you again describe it? That God arbitrarily chooses good and bad? What you consider good and bad?
If God arbitrarily
in a way, you would call that theistic nihilist. And I think I have been through that phase. While I was a theist, while I was a theist, I was a nihilist. I was a theist nihilist while I was remaining a theist, because I understood that it is obvious to me that there is no way for me to, even while believing in God, consider, even then I could understand that it's not. It's clear that there's no way for morality to be objective. Either if it's objective, then there is an external standard, then where did that standard came from, or it's arbitrary. And seemingly, it seemed to me that it was arbitrary, because he could have chosen anything at all. And I could see even that arbitrariness throughout my religion. So I could see there were moral rules which were considered good, and then they were categorized as so there were certain rules that were allowed at a certain time, and then they were later on they were disallowed. Even going as far as the events like Khizr killing a child on God's command. So how could a person say that there is a specific goal in God's mind, or there's a specific standard which God is abiding by? At least in this world, it seems that his approach is quite arbitrary. Whatever he says is good. Whatever he disallows is bad.
You could possibly describe it as nihilism, theistic nihilism, but it also depends on what we mean by nihilism. Nihilism, if by nihilism we mean that there is no
moral nihilism, right? I mean the theistic moral nihilism, right? Yeah, moral nihilism, because a nihilist has a lot of more connotation. It would mean that it is meaningless. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not talking about epistemological nihilism. I'm talking about moral nihilism. And moral nihilism will be there's no objectivity or independent truth, or it's not mind independently true. It's merely your set of feelings and so on. Yeah, that could be the description. Other nihilists will say there's no value whatsoever, whether it's subjective. I mean, it is subjectively valuable, but even that is not true in some sense, right? That has, it's meaningless entirely. And I'm not sure. Yeah, that's one way to describe God. Or you might also describe God as an egoist, ethical egoist, right? He just does what he wants, right? If it's completely arbitrary to him, it's like being completely arbitrary to my feelings. So if Mardin just wakes up in the morning and just does what he wants, and he calls that moral, right? Just stay at home and just not do anything, and that's the moral way to live. Whatever I'm doing is moral. That's it. So if I go and kill people, that's moral. If I stay at home and don't kill people, that's moral. If I tomorrow wake up in the morning and want to dress up like a monster and go around hunting people, that'll be moral. You know, with a knife and whatever I want to do is moral. That would be a form of egoism, right? It's called ethical egoism by Ayn Rand, and maybe God would be some sort of egoist as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'd say that I cannot exactly recall whether this is in Quran or Hadith, but at least in one of those sources, there is a statement which says that no one can ask God why or what he is doing, but he can ask his creation what he is doing, or he can hold others accountable, but nobody can hold God accountable or Allah accountable. So in a way, it is inferring to that position of this ego. Can you repeat that position? The ethical egoism, because
Right.
if God can, nobody can ask God or judge God's actions, then it means that he can do whatever he wants, and nobody can actually, nobody has an external standard to judge whether what he does is good or bad.
Yeah, it depends what they mean by that as well. I mean, if they mean, for example, that you can't judge his actions, but it's ultimately the good, it is actually good, right? Then they're probably going for the independent horn of the dilemma, right? It is good, you just can't judge it and understand it, right? But that would mean on the Plato's dilemma,
No, but
they say
there's
it is good, it is morally good, and actual morally good. It is actually morally good. Maybe God does, for example, value our well-being and justice and all this stuff, like the Platonic virtues of benevolence and all this. That's what makes God good. So they're taking that route. It's just that we can't judge from our limited intelligence. So God at this point would be like an artificially intelligent being that's been designed by, let's say, Elon Musk, configured with all the human rights standards. But because God is so much wiser, we can't. The artificial intelligence is so much wiser. No human can control or regulate it or judge it. But humans can be almost sure, because perhaps we made it, and so on, that it is doing the right thing. We just can't understand how, right? Although that creates some issues of, are we sure? Are we sure that it is doing that? So it depends what they mean. Do they mean that ontologically, God is actually does have a genuine good in mind, in which case it's the standard that's independent to him? Or do they mean the reason we can't judge God is simply because, not because of our limitations in that sense, is because God just sets what he wants to do. Because he's like a Donald Trump, a tyrant. Or is he like a North Korea? No, he's like the leader of the North Korea.
Kim Jong.
Yeah. He just makes it up. He wakes up in the morning and he's going to make this a law. That's it. Whatever he feels, right? Which one is it? So I'm not sure exactly what the Islamic perception is. I think Hamza and Tzortzis and all this would say that no, there is an actual good. God is designed to be just. So they're going for the independent horn of the dilemma. They think there's a third horn of the dilemma, which is it's neither independent nor arbitrary, but it's grounded on him. But as I have argued in the past, Aaron Feza has probably argued as well. People like Wes Morrison, people like I forget his name. I'll have to remember it. There's the last paper. Remember the last paper that I asked you guys to pull up for the Ethiopia dilemma? I forgot his name now. Is it Jeremy Coons? That's it, Jeremy Coons. People like Jeremy Coons have already talked about that there is no third exit route from the dilemma. It's either one or the other. It's either arbitrary or independent standard. And even if you say God's character is benevolent,
Nature is like that.
nature is benevolent.
Right. Mark pointed that out basically.
Yes. Yeah. Even if you say God's nature is benevolent, it's actually you're actually admitting it can't be arbitrary. There's an independent standard. Because why is God's nature good? Is it because God possesses benevolence? Is it because God makes benevolence good, or is benevolence making God good? And if you say God makes benevolence good, then it's arbitrary. God could have made malevolence good as well. But if you say benevolence makes God good, then it's independent to God, because now we know the reason God is good is because he possesses benevolence. Just like if I have to embody a particular virtuous character in order to be good. The reason I will be good is not because I can just do whatever I want egotistically. I have to conform to benevolence, right? I have to act like that. I'm acting towards a standard of benevolence. And if I deviate away from that standard, then I'm no longer being good. Therefore, it's no longer arbitrary. I have to conform to something. And God has to be affixed with this trait in his nature called benevolence, because without that, God won't be good. So it's the benevolence that's making it good. And therefore there's an independent standard. So you can't get out of that dilemma.
All right, Kelly, shall we move on, or you have any?
No, I think we can move on.
Okay.
Requirements for our moral requirements. That's your moral requirements. You have a religion, I have a different religion. Prove to me that your religion is true. That's what I'm saying. Why is consequentialism true? Why is the ontological ethics true? Why don't you come and start with that?
So before Mark responds, I just want to make a meta comment about the style of communication that's going on, which makes me very uncomfortable.
Okay.
I'm very uncomfortable with how this has very quickly degenerated into a shouting match. I understood, and I was led to believe by the organizers of this event, that we were going to be here to discuss, in a mature and reflective way, various worldviews. I'm very disheartened by the turn that this has already taken. So I want that noted for everybody to see, because I am as philosophers, as intellectuals.
Good that a few acknowledged at least that this wasn't the kind of debate they were supposed to have.
But some people in the audience didn't clap. But
no, majority didn't clap. I'm just saying at least there were few people who at least acknowledged that, right? And it's very few numbers. I mean, if they were there to listen to a good debate between some really highly intellectual debate, there would have been claps. The whole hall would have been filled with the claps, pretty much, right? But it seems like they were more for the theatrics of.
It's not just that. I think anything the atheist is going to say is wrong. That's our attitude. You get it. You don't want to be on the wrong side. Do you want to
you don't want to be on the wrong side, right? Do
you want to clap for the atheist, or do you want to clap for your Muslim brothers, right?
Right.
I don't know. Maybe some of those people internally understood what's going on, and he's right. Aaron is right. I think Aaron, Fraser, and Mark, they just underestimated what they're getting into. I would never accept this. I would never accept this debate. Debating like this is much about political strategy than it is about content. This will never be accepted by me. It'll always be on my terms, right? Because to kind of get these guys, it will be completely differently. There should be no audience, and it should be an open-ended conversation without a moderator.
Right.
I'll be happy with that, and I'll go on forever. Yeah, no audience, no moderator, just a verbal fist fight. I'm okay with it. You can use any amount of mockery. Use any amount of mockery as you want, because I'll engage in mockery as well. Yeah, and that's it. Then we'll, But this sort of situation only favors them because there's not enough time.
They're fighting,
but they will never accept your terms, Mohammed. They'll not accept those terms. What you want? Prove that your terms are objectively true. So
better than ours, at least. Yeah.
No, they're not going to say that. They're going to require objective truth.
Objective. Everything has to be objective.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, carry on.
And for the last 5 minutes, Mark, who is an absolute gentleman, has been shouted at.
This is not relevant, to be honest with you.
Right,
We're talking about God and morality. You've spoken about 10 minutes about why Islam is
and again,
Can you get to the point, please?
And again, the point is I'm making a metaphor.
Yeah, but it's not really. It's not.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to step in. So let me just reset. Let's reset things. Okay.
So I want to reset.
Sorry, anybody said anything or just wanted me to carry on? Shall I skip this part? Or?
Yeah, skip this part. You can skip this.
No, this is important. This is important because don't skip it because I want to see all of this. I want to comment on because we're
I want to talk about something.
Can I say one thing?
That came up.
I will let you. I promise I'll let you. So we did say that this is a discussion, and we all came here wanting to discuss things and understand that things are heated. I should say that I enjoyed all 4 presentations. I was impressed with the level of philosophy in all 3 or 4. Sorry, I said.
Yeah, even the mod was flustered pretty much, was intimidated, right?
The reason I'm saying not to skip it because this is the juicy part.
This
right?
Even the mod was pretty much intimidated, right? All 3 were good. Which one was bad? Tell me this guy. Who's this guy? What's his name? I don't know. Yeah.
Like all 4 presentations, right? And I'd like us, as best as we can, even though these things are heated for all of us, to try to do what we did in the discussions. Try to argue the point, even if we do not like many
I don't
things.
want anyone to tell me how to speak. With all due respect, I'm free in this country. I can speak with an assertive voice. I don't need people telling me how to speak. I've not been told that I cannot speak in an assertive voice. A discussion doesn't dispute that. With all due respect, I don't want to be told off. This is a 25-minute segment. And
I'm not telling you off.
No, he was for 2 minutes. That is a runaway tactic. He knows that he's got nothing to say about talking about Prophet Mohammed, Islam, Rushdie, and homosexuality and attacking Islam. I'm telling you, respond to my arguments. Instead of trying to tell me off like a little boy, trust me, I'm not a little boy. In every single man, I'm a bigger man than Why is it that you're one of the objectively true? Go and answer the question.
You have to write it down. So sorry, sir, we haven't settled this yet. So the issue is not being told what to say or how to say it, right? The issue is that there's
structural apartheid, the way you're being dealt with right now. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not speaking the way I want to speak. So
let me say this. Let me put it this way.
I would like to be dealt with properly here.
Let me put it this
way. You know what I'm saying? So just answer my questions. I don't want to be told how to speak.
Listen, I'm speaking to you in a way.
You're being sanctimonious and you're trying to be the schoolboy teacher.
Nope.
You're not here for that.
No. I actually.
That's why you spent 3 minutes actually in our discussion.
My views are closer to yours. I'm not an atheist.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I think what's happening here is mod is no more the mod over here. Hijab is the mod, basically. Right? You can see that, right?
Yeah.
I sense that he's not the one who's overseeing the debate.
Well, that's exactly what I was trying to say. These people lack spine and backbone. Look at them. Look at this guy, so weak. Right?
He's being sidelined, completely sidelined. Right?
Oh, exactly. You can't do this. This is it's horrendous for the university to lack power in this manner, right? They needs to assert some control and administer some rules or something, right? Because he seems too nice and docile and too fragile, right? It's like being a police officer and having no control or authority over what's going on of the situation. Right. It's just I just find it so bad. And it's a kind of a testament to being too nice. I think academics can be they just lack that sort of, I don't know, that impulse to assertiveness. Yeah. They're too kind, they're too polite and too fallible. That's self-deprecating to some extent, some of them, right? And it doesn't look nice in these sort of situations. In other situations, it's fine. When you have a room full of nice guys, it's fine. When there's a bad guy in them, like Hijab, you need to be the bad guy as well. You need to be the badder guy. You need to be the wolf, right? Yeah, the wolf. Right, and that's what they don't get. This is what people don't get. That's why I think some academics who are a bit too nerdy, right? Like they've been too nerdy all their lives. They can't hack these situations because they don't know how to engage in this situation. I'm feeling angry at this. I feel less angry at Hijab than like the moderators, right? I
mean, I felt this way for this guy that he has to assume control of the whole situation, right? And he's been lacking that spine to just oversee the debate as it should have been done. I mean, if their goal was to have it done in a very nice, cordial, and whatever kind of a manner, he should have just disallowed these kind of I don't know, diatribe, maybe not the right word, but the way hijab is, taking control over, he shouldn't have allowed that pretty much at this point.
But so let me
Take sides with
let me be
hijab.
fair. No, let me be fair. So, do you think hijab did something technically wrong, particularly what Aaron Fasser is right now objecting to? Technically wrong, meaning that even if there was a discussion was agreed, uh, I can understand that hijab has made some underhanded comments, which could have been specifically dealt with, right? But in general, do you think hijab's tone is a problem in this debate? Is that something that you should uh, point towards, or you should,
It's not, it might
ask hijab to?
yeah, I don't think it merits necessarily
Exactly.
stopping the debate like this. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe they can just made a request or recommendation.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think,
that's it.
yeah, I think that should have been the case.
Right.
I mean, technically speaking, if this is the code of law, again, I'll consider that analogy. Hijab
Yeah.
has made a good counter. Hijab has responded to this allegation. He said that there was no agreement that I'll have to be very polite or have to be very soft. There was no such agreement. There was going to be a discussion. He's
Right.
still having that discussion. He's making his points. He's being assertive, as he said, and I think he has used the right term. He is
No,
being
the
assertive,
question is,
which isn't that bad, right? But yes, he has made some underhanded comments which maybe should have been addressed specifically. But otherwise, they could request hijab side to be a bit more, let's say, humble, or let's not, humble is the right word, a bit more friendly or courteous, let's say. But
Yeah,
but then it's up to hijab and Hamza to
what were
accept
the
that.
terms?
There were no
Question is,
terms.
what were the
There's no such terms
terms of the
that were
discussion,
agreed.
basically? No, we don't
Even
know. At least we don't know, right? I mean,
we
that's
don't
what
know.
hijab is saying, right? We don't
yeah.
know. That's the
So
question
so
that we asked, right?
So I think because even if we look at the from what I heard from the Aaron Fasser's podcast on his channel, and the part of the discussion that Daniel held with Hamza and Hijab on their channel. So I think neither of the parties actually mentioned that there was any agreement to be polite, because this is a very explicit request that should have been included. So
No, but
I
then
think hijab hasn't.
these guys are
I
not
think hijab.
used to having those kind of when they
No,
are
that's
thinking,
fine. Yes, exactly. What happened is, I'll tell you what happened.
it's a given,
The
right?
expectation, there was an expectation gap. So
Right.
in that case, well, both parties will be given the benefit of the doubt, right? So we cannot hold hijab accountable for the expectation gap. We can ask him to do. We can request him to not take that particular approach, but
I
they
mean,
might not agree with that.
yeah, Kylie, all right. If I had to be like, let's say, the lawyer for the
Yes.
University of Johannesburg,
Right.
yeah, maybe you can make an argument. I'm not necessarily saying it's necessarily correct, right? But maybe you can make an argument in the following sort of sense. I've not looked at the contract, so I wouldn't be able to see exactly what it says. But when you invite somebody for an intellectual conversation, right, it does assume a certain level of intellectualism, maybe, right, or a certain level of politeness, a certain level of decorum, right? You don't expect a fighting match. You don't expect a shouting match. Exactly. So you may make an argument like that. Although it would have been much better if explicitly written stuff like you have to be polite and you have to be calm. But then you're going to make the argument: what does polite mean? What does calm mean? Then you have to be very, 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 very stringently specific. And a good contract would do that. A weak contract would not be as specific. And indeed, that is a weakness for if there was a contract that was signed for University of Johannesburg. If it just said that we expect a cordial, an intellectual discussion, but I do suspect it would have been a little bit more thorough than that, right? It would have had an expectation of some degree of intellectual decorum with intellectual virtues. Now, what those are can be debated, right? But you may say that at least at the extreme ends of bad behavior, we can be obviously sure that these are not considered intellectual. Like if hijab started dancing around or moving around, doing a break dance at the middle of the arena, you could.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, but hijab didn't cross that line. That's my understanding.
I'm giving you a radical example of something
Right,
that would be implied. It's implied in the contract, even though it's not explicit, right? Yeah. Now, has anything that hijab done now so far, at least implied in the contract of intellectual decorum, which intellectual decorum would mean using your mind, your brain to think about something and respond carefully with analysis and academic spirit and academic virtue. Using, and it's philosophy, therefore using philosophical jargon and philosophical texts and so on. Is this anything that may have gone off? Maybe a little bit. Maybe some of the references that I made to bombs, but even that, I don't think it necessarily will do. You could say it's light-hearted humor. Didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's still within the spirit of, he was just making a crack on the side. It didn't really. I would
the shouting towards the end of his last points, it seemed like a little bit off. I mean, he could have done without that, and that was a little bit off. That's what frustrated Aaron as well, pretty much, right? And those kind of speeches you have when you are a political leader and you are on the pulpit and addressing pretty much those shouting games, kind of, not probably, and this is as you said, it could be contested whether it was really aggressive or not, but at least it appeared to me.
I think the contract would say something. So I bet you, if I found that contract, if they indeed signed a contract, it will contain something about the standard of conduct, something about the moderators having a say to control the debate, even in the abstract sense. And that would give them some power. So I would then contest the hijab. But look, in the contract, it said the moderators can moderate at some points. It doesn't explicitly say what. Therefore, the moderators have that discretion as to when to inject and when to police it according to their standards. It's implied. What their standards is that they can control the debate in the way they seem fit as an intellectual debate. And here, what they think they see fit as an intellectual debate is to not have a sense of volume that goes up, or a sense of shouting that goes up to that level. You may say that is subjective, or you may say that that's just the moderators making it up and deciding on the whim. But the contract gives them the ability to do that. The contract says, here, we will inject, we will control, we will, and because it's so vague, they may be able to get away with saying it's just up to us. It's up to the University of Johannesburg as to when and how they police and control, referee the debate. You get it? That's what I would say as a defender of University of Johannesburg.
And this I totally agree with. So what this is a very valid point, I think. So if the moderators did intervene, and this is what actually happened, and they were trying to actually moderate it in a way that they wanted to, and if, of course, I think, and I'm expecting that might have been actually documented in the contract, so that the moderator would have those powers to control the tone or the overall let's say the environment of the debate. So I think, and what I think where hijab crossed the line was when he was how he dealt with the moderator, because he dismissed what the moderator was saying. He said that I'll just continue with the debate and I'll ignore what the moderator is saying. That is what he did right now. That is where he crossed the line.
Yeah, exactly. I think at some point he called him a boy.
Yeah. No, he was calling. I
said boy. I heard boy. It's really fast.
Maybe he was saying that you are considering me a boy, or maybe he called him a boy. Maybe I cannot exactly recall it, but yeah, maybe he did. But I think he referred that you are treating me like a boy. I don't know, or maybe, but I would agree that this is where he crossed the line.
He said you're treating me like a boy. That's what I remember hearing.
Yeah, here's what I was. If this was my house, here's what I would have done. I would have said, "Yes, I am. This is my house, right? These are my rules."
Yes.
Yeah? It's simple as that. I get to decide. I get to decide what is good conduct. I don't care if you get to decide. I get to decide. If you want to walk away
from the debate, you walk away, right?
Yeah. If you speak too quietly, I might inject. If you speak too loudly, if it's 1.1 decibel over the required limit in my mind, I get to decide. It's my subjective morality that rules. Yeah, that's what I would have said. Well, not in that same way, but I would, if it was a private discussion, yeah, maybe. But in his place, I would have said something to that effect, because it is for the University of Johannesburg to to lay down the rules and then explain why his rules are correct, just like a police officer would do. The police officer would say, "No, these are the rules. I am the decision. I make the decision," and then explain why it's just, right? And he would have explained why it's just to control the tempo. He could have done so many better things. He could have said the following: if the debate keeps going at this level, it might fall apart into mockery and anger. And later on, it might become not necessarily violent, but both of you might not come to see eye to eye. The level of intellectual content would decrease, right? We don't want to be so we want to keep the tempo down and keep the level of hostility down. Of making these challenging remarks. It's good to say challenging remarks, but with a sense of respect instead of just shouting it. And shouting, although doesn't necessarily mean it's you can shout 2 + 2 = 4, or you can say it quietly. Both are correct. 2 + 2 = 4. Shouting doesn't disqualify what you're saying. But if you keep shouting, there is a human weakness. It creates rage. It creates frustration. It creates incoherence in the other person. It just creates fear, provocation, and we don't want to. We want to keep the provocation down. I would have explained that like that. I'm sure Hijab would agree at that point. She should agree, right? And if he doesn't agree, who cares? It's my house, right? It's my house.
Right.
And you want the best. And you want the best of the arguments of your opponent as well, if you're really honest, right? If you want, if you're there to have a discussion to get to the truth, then you don't want to fluster them just for a defeat, just because you want to win, pretty much, right? This seemed like that, pretty much.
Exactly.
And I agree with this. This I totally agree with. This I totally agree with. Well, I think one other reason for that maybe, or why Aaron and Mark were not comfortable with this was they mentioned that during their in their podcast, and you can confirm this, Mahadin, maybe. So they mentioned that the Australian, I think both of them are lawyers. So Aaron actually is, I'm sure of that, but I'm not sure about Mark. From what they were talking about, I guess that Mark is also a lawyer. They mentioned that the Australian practice of law in the environment of court is very cordial, or very intellectual, or maybe very soft, and that is what I understood from that. I'm not sure if that is the case with every other country or every other court in any
or African.
Sorry, South African. I meant South African. So the South African environment, I think. So they said that the court they mentioned it explicitly, that is not how we deal with even in the courts. Maybe their culture of the courts environment isn't that loud or very. I'm sure that the courts don't allow shouting, but some sort of assertiveness. So just to argue, I think the kind of tone Hijab used, I think that would be allowed in any other court. Would you agree, Mahadin? Just the tone. Some content might be. Just some content might be. Yes.
Sorry, just to make a point.
Yes, sir.
The shouting is only allowed in Bollywood movies. Sorry, in the courts.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Sorry, I had to get that out of my system.
The type of shouting Hijab engaged in at the end would not be allowed, I think, in a cross. No, it depends what you're doing in the court, right? In the UK, I know in the England and Wales, you can't do that. I mean, depends what you're doing in the court, right? If you're talking to the judge, you definitely can't do that, right? You can't say that to the talking to a witness,
and you wouldn't do that.
No, if you're cross-examining, you can't do that. It's like badgering the witness. It's intimidating the witness and all these things, right? If you're talking to an expert, no, you can't do that. If you're talking to the jury, no, not necessarily. Maybe at the end of your summation, where you might give a summing up of your case to the jury, you can act in theater and drama. Even there, shouting angrily is not good, and it probably will be stopped by the judge. What you can do is give a great performance. You can say stuff like, you can give a speech like Cicero, right, in a clear, flamboyant, strong, powerful way. but being anger, if anything that looks like it's real anger or continuous persistent anger, I mean, moments of anger is fine. It might get curtailed by the judge for being intimidating. Basically, you can't be intimidating, right? You can't be provocative.
Right.
Yeah, and so on. I can't see them at any point doing that. I mean, there is something called contempt of court. And if you're so angry with the judge will scold you and hold you in contempt, right? He'll discipline you and you can be disbarred. Most court cases, even if you can get away with some of it, a lot of lawyers won't do that because they don't want to take the risk. And secondly, they try to be very, very sterile and diplomatic and calm as possible. They don't want any level of emotion to distort the administration of justice and assessment of the evidence. Because emotion can, it's almost like you want to be like a robot, right? And assess the evidence for evidence sake to see whether it leads to the conclusion. Back in the day, maybe you can get away with it without regulations and rules. Nowadays, as Philo has said, it only happens in Bollywood movies. It really is. Like, I object! You you can't do that. I don't think anybody ever says, I object anymore like that, You do something like that, I don't know what will happen to you. Your career in law won't go on for very long, in my opinion.
I think Khali mentioned a really good movie, that Tariq. Which one was that? I don't even remember. I think
I don't know the movie. I haven't watched that.
Sunny Deol was
yeah,
there.
it's Sunny Deol. Yeah, it's Sunny Deol's
right,
dialogue.
yeah.
I do know that, but I'm not aware of the movie exactly.
Right.
I'm not.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we move on? I think
Yes, please.
Sean was gonna drop in the stream. Basically, shall we make the link public or shall we wait for us to? Cosmic is here, by the way.
Concentrate on the review, because if he comes, then he comes. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Right?
Right. Cosmic said something. Right. Let me read that. I think it was highly unethical for the debate organizers to use mature conversation and Mohammed Hijab in the same document. He's Sean is here. Okay. You should have messaged us at least. Continue. Okay, continue. Sean is saying continue with your review. If you want to join in, then we're gonna.
No, because let's finish the review and then that.
Let's. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Consensus is Sean. Sorry, we're gonna finish the review and then.
We get to have people on, but that would derail from what we're doing.
Right. Agreed. Completely agree. Yeah. Let's move on then.
Mm-hmm. My views are closer to yours, and I recognize the issue.
One
of the discussants wants to say something.
Could we ask? Sorry, because you're the moderator of the show. Can I ask if all of you agree that we can censor the chair and I? You give us a chance to think over things, and then we'll get back to our four panelists.
So, do you want to ask a question?
And then I think, as the discussants, the chair can say, we.
Are you going to come in?
Yes.
Do you want to throw the White House room?
No.
Just throw it out. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to bring in. So I did promise, Aaron, that you're going to finish your point. Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to actually. I came here to talk about philosophy. I've spent a long time preparing. I read Hamza's book, and I wanted to talk about some interesting things. So perhaps we could do that.
Yes.
Please. So a number of your arguments, and Mohammed made this point about his contingency argument. There was this talk about this problem of actual infinities, which I think it's fascinating. There's a really interesting metaphysical discussion to be had about whether infinities can be instantiated in reality. I know, Hamza, Mohammed, you are okay with mathematical infinities. So you have no problem talking about in a logical space that mathematicians can talk about mathematical infinities. So the cardinality.
Are you playing this at 1.5 or 1.25?
Sorry, I'm running it on 1.25. Shall I make it to 1? Just normal speed?
I'm not sure. Mahadan, what do you think? I mean, at least this bit, I wasn't. Maybe Aaron speaks slightly faster. So I thought that this was a bit difficult for me to understand.
Normal speed is fine.
Let's make it 1.
Yeah, go for it.
Infinite sets, or potential infinites that tend towards infinity, like an asymptote. You just think that for some reason those can't be instantiated in reality. Is that a fair assessment of your view, that they can't be instantiated in reality?
Yeah. Yes. To a degree.
Okay. So I want to put forward this argument for discussion.
Yes,
so it's an argument for atheism.
Just want to point one thing here, right? See, there is an agreement right here, but then they are going to disagree once the flaw is pointed out, right? Just want to mention it so that you guys keep in mind, right? They have said, okay, in reality, it can't be instantiated, right?
That's a broad
So I want,
reality. They don't specify what sort of reality, right? But
Yeah, that's also true. That's also true.
I'm just interested to get both your input on.
But sorry, before you do this, you've asked a question. Like, with all due respect, I know this was a distraction, but I did ask a question and there was a distraction, so can you answer my question before I answer yours?
Yeah. Anyway, why don't we get back to that after he's given his...
Yeah, I have no problem.
I'm very happy to respond.
We can talk about rights and the objective basis. I have no problem talking about that.
Okay, good. You said that. You're a man of your word.
Yeah, 100%. We'll talk. We can talk about that. We can talk about moral realism and all of that. Okay. So let's just assume X hypothesis that infinities can't exist, but they can exist in a conceptual realm of.
Sorry,
I just want the audience to know that apart from watching these religious debates, moral philosophers are always talking about objectivity, moral realism, how to ground morality ontologically. There's been mammoth Herculean projects since the dawn of man, right? And in the last century, I mean, if anybody wants to look at Derek Parfit, he's written like 3-4 volumes. It's like a treasure tomb of work on morality. I forgot. I think it's called. I forgot the title of the book. Right. I think it has moral in the title.
Right? Who are you talking about? Sorry.
Derek Parfit. So you might want to search that up and yeah, you know, academic philosophers have been talking about how to ground morality with a series of resources. From different points of view for a very, very long time. The reason I'm saying this is because for some reason, Mohammed Hijab and the audience seem to think it's a bit of like a trip up or a gotcha and nobody can talk about or answer, right? As though there's like a bit of apprehension of fear on part of it. I don't know these two individual atheists. I don't know. I know Aaron Fraser definitely doesn't share the view that you can't make a case, right, for objective atheistic morality. Mark also don't think that is the case. But what I want to say is that there is indeed so much support, and given that these two are educated to some degree in philosophy, they know this. There's absolutely no reason when Hijab says, you know, you're a man of your word, you're going to be talking about it, why they wouldn't talk about it. You get it? It's the impression that you kind of get if you're a novice or amateur.
It's a fifth grader going into a debate. Hey, are you going to keep your promise or not?
Yeah. It's as though there's like an empty blank slate when it comes to atheism and morality. Like there's nothing.
You know, I have given you my candy to keep it in your bag. Right?
Yeah. It's just I just wanted to highlight that it's not that Hijab is talking about tactic there. I don't think he's being dishonest or anything. I just wanted to make sure people not get the false impression that there's never been a case for atheistic morality. There's so much work for it that you can't talk about all of it. It's too much. You need to go to a library and read it and study it. And there's so many persuasive accounts for it. And I hold a variety of those views, right? I hold a variety of those views. And so the idea that these atheists are avoiding something that they can't talk about, again, I really, 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 really doubt it, right? It's what's happened here is that I don't think these two atheists were actually aware of what can happen in these conversations, right? Mark clearly got flustered and derailed by all of this shenanigans, and he felt embarrassed or angry, and just look at him, he's red, right? And the topic just went everywhere, all over the place, and they just never had the opportunity to talk about it, right? I suspect now that Aaron Fraser will talk about it or give one account, sketch a very, very basic account of morality. I don't actually fully agree with all of his views, but he will sketch an account of morality. It's not as though he was avoiding it. It's just that in that kind of verbal fight, it just got lost. Moderator intervened, several distractions occurred, and now they're in this situation where they're going to a different topic, and it ends up looking like they never finished the topic of morality. Of course, and this is the reason why you shouldn't go crazy like Hijab did. Right?
I think also the time
crazy would have happened.
I think also the time limit that they all had. So I mean, a benefit of doubt should be given to Mark because he wanted to lay his points within. We said, why didn't he pose like, when I was talking about deontology, why didn't he just frame it properly and all those things? He was, restricted by time pretty much. So, I mean, maybe these kind of debates, they need probably 4, 5, 6 hours, not debates, just discussions pretty much, right? So,
And Philo, you're right. I mean, I also want to emphasize that even when I am criticizing Mark's approach or any argument that he's making, I would make bigger blunders during a debate because I don't have that experience. So even in live debates, it is totally understandable to make such maybe even mistakes or maybe wrong judgments, because we are looking at the debate, what we call, we have this benefit of what we call the hindsight. So we have this luxury of criticizing or evaluating this by pausing the video, thinking about it. So of course that is not available at the time. So even when at least I am criticizing or we are criticizing any particular debater, I think it's a given that we're just criticizing that this wasn't the best approach. It's not like we are just dismissing them entirely as a debater. It's just like, it would have been better if they had not done that. And it's a maybe a lesson or something that someone can keep in mind while they are debating someone else in the future. So that's all.
and mind you, the
what we are
opponents
doing.
are seasoned debaters, right? Mind you, the opponents are
Exactly.
seasoned
Yes.
debaters, right?
Yes, they are seasoned debaters. And that's why what I would say is that I think we mentioned it in our last stream as well. The opening statements are something that we can hold someone completely accountable for, because that have been completely prepared, right? They have thought it out, and those are sort of well prepared. So that I think we can scrutinize with a lot of we can criticize someone truly based on what their opening statement was, but later on what's happening during live discussions or very like this cross questioning session, I think a lot can go wrong with that, because we're thinking very quickly, so it becomes a game of quick wits and thinking on your feet. That at that moment you might not be able to come up with the best argument, or it might not be even obvious to you that you're making some sort of a logical error even. So sometimes you realize that later on that yes, this particular, let's say, an analogy that I used wasn't correct for that situation. So that does happen during live or cross questioning sessions.
Right, completely agree there. All right, Madin, shall we move on then?
Yeah.
Of abstract logic and mathematics. Okay, so here's the problem. The problem you might have heard before is that this problem is how does that reconcile with God's infinity? Now I know, Hamza, you've said that there's a distinction between a qualitative infinite and a quantitative infinite.
Yes.
Right. So your normal response is when you're challenged on this about God's infinity being instantiated in reality, you say no, that this is a qualitative infinite. There's no like separate thing of God that's infinite. It's a way of talking about his acme, all his good properties. This is the problem that I want to pose and see how you guys deal with it. Because I don't know, honestly, I don't think I've heard you respond to it.
Fine.
So the first premise is that God is essentially omniscient. So I take that to be a fundamental feature of Islam. So if God is omniscient, then I take it that he has actual knowledge of all true propositions. So premise 3 of the argument is then that the cardinality of the set of natural numbers is aleph naught. Premise 4 is that there's a true proposition about each member or element of the set of natural numbers. From that, we can conclude that therefore God has actual knowledge of aleph naught true propositions. Having knowledge of a numerically distinct proposition P entails having a numerically distinct belief about proposition P.
Yes.
Therefore, God has numerically distinct beliefs about aleph naught true propositions.
Yeah.
A belief is an actually existing state of an actual mind.
Yeah.
So beliefs are not mathematical objects and they're not abstractions.
Yeah.
They might be about abstract objects and they might be about abstractions, but beliefs themselves are states of the mind, even a divine mind.
Yeah, sure.
So therefore, God has an actual aleph naught, which is the cardinality of infinity, number of beliefs in mind. But if X hypothesis actual infinities are impossible by the assumption, then we must conclude that God is not omniscient. But if God is not omniscient, then he's not essentially omniscient. And if it's a defining feature of God's omniscience that he's essentially omniscient, then he doesn't exist.
Right.
So it seems to me that the problem, and maybe you will have to retract on the idea of that actual infinities can't exist. Or you'll have a different view about God's mind, maybe.
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's the argument. So I just want to know what you guys think about
this.
This
has been dealt with extensively in the books of Kalam, actually.
Okay.
This actual question.
Yes.
Did anybody say anything or wanted me to stop or just keep going?
No, not yet. You should keep going. Keep going.
All right.
So let's
It's actually a good question.
Yes,
actually. So I'm going to answer you. Look, so the distinction between quantitative and qualitative has been made. Usually, it's a box standard answer that's given by William Lane Craig himself.
Yes.
Well. Actually, it's connected to the Kalam cosmological argument.
Yes.
Now, the thing is, what is actually problematic about the idea of an actual infinity in the real world?
Yes.
So if you look, for example, at Avicenna's account, and it's interesting. There's a lot of secondary source materials and stuff like that, and other people's account as well. Ibn Taymiyyah being one of them. They don't have a problem with the instantiation of an actual infinity in the real world. They only have a problem with the actual instantiation of the real world considering certain conditions, and I'll tell you what they are.
Okay. Yeah.
So, number one, the condition is that these things they occupy a space-time, and number two is that they coexist. Okay. Number three is that they're limited. Now, let me tell you again, right? That they're limited, they occupy space-time, and that they actually exist.
Right.
So, for example, many scholars of philosophy of religion, Aristotle believed this, Ibn Sina believed this, Ibn Taymiyyah believed this, many people believe this, Ibn Qayyim believed this, that there was actually an infinite regress of things. They didn't see it as an absurd, or they didn't believe it was, they connected it with a necessary being. The major differentiation that they put in place was the following. Look at this bottle, for example. This is limited. Would you agree? It's limited in its form.
In certain properties.
Yes, sure.
Physical properties.
Sure.
Yes.
So,
got a particular arrangement of matter.
What they would say is that this bottle, which is contingent and limited and dependent, having an infinite amount of these bottles at the same time, okay, that is what would be impossible. Why would that be impossible? Because number one, they're limited. Number two, they're contingent. And number three, that they would have to coexist at the same time. So with these conditions in mind, you see, they would discount the idea of an actual infinity. They would say an actual infinity in these contexts wouldn't work. With God now,
yes,
he's not limited. So this is already a difference. He's not contingent. So you see, God is necessary, a necessary being by definition must exist, but even the attributes of the necessary being, for example, the omniscience, it must be necessary. Talazumi, the access.
It's essential in any
right, sure.
world,
But which means the idea of a quantitative infinity is not only not applicable to him.
Yes.
It's not applicable to him. Number two, it's something which is not applicable to anything necessary. So in other words, you see, the actual infinity is in the context of limited things which coexist at the same time and which are dependent and contingent. That's where the gripe is. It's not where the idea of as you phrased it, which is an actual infinity in the real world. That's why it's actually, we can believe an actual infinity in the real world only with the necessary existence. It's only an actual infinity in the real world with certain conditions which I just mentioned.
Yeah, no, okay, so, Snow, you wanted to go?
Yeah, so if you don't mind, so you said like the belief, God having a belief would mean that it's actualized in the real world.
No, what I'm saying,
clarify.
So what I'm saying is that you believe that God is a mind. Right?
Okay, so I think, I think we discussed this this question. Even I mentioned Aaron Fesser's question to Hijab. I think this was probably in the first part of the debate, first part of the review that we did, where we were discussing Hijab's statement about it being, actual infinities being impossible. And you'd see a very obvious change in his tone when a very good question was asked from him, and his assertion, which during his opening statement was quite unconditional.
Right.
Kylie
has now suddenly
right?
Sorry?
Disappeared.
You just disappeared at the the crux moment.
That confidence has now suddenly evaporated, and now there are certain conditions which certain philosophers have mentioned, and so now the entire case is now based on some people's now it is earlier on it was very obvious that any actual infinite could not exist, but now suddenly you are agreeing that there is no. In fact, his statement was that some philosophers have actually no problem with actual infinites, but there are under certain conditions there's. You see, the paradigm, the entire argument that I was making has now changed, has now shifted. He's saying that it's generally actual infinites are possible. There's no problem, except if certain conditions are there, then that could not be the case.
You know
So
what happened here?
yeah,
You know
yeah,
what happened here? Sorry. This guy, Hamza, was at a loss at responding to Aaron's
yeah,
problem, right?
yeah.
And
Hamza
then
totally misunderstood the point,
Hijab came
or
to
he
his
was
rescue.
trying to
Yeah.
create a distraction maybe.
Right. Hijab came to his rescue and then he diverted the point because at that point, even I think probably an hour or an hour and a half back, I mentioned that remember this point that what Hamza is saying about
Yeah.
infinities, right?
Me-
And then he's going to backtrack on it.
Let me just interrupt you for a moment.
Right.
Aaron, if you're watching anywhere, please come on. Right? I don't know if you are. I know you've been invited. You are welcome to come on because this is about you. This is entirely about your debate. So it'd be good because we are making lots of remarks. It would be very good to get inside what happened here. If you want to let off some steam, if you want to explain what happened, where it went wrong, if you want to walk us through it with us, you can take the mantle here because you're the main star here, right? If you do come on, so we'd be happy to entertain you. But I just said I wanted to say that to Fido because I know he does sometimes watch it, right?
Right. I think so. I'm not quite sure. I'm pretty sure if Aaron finds time or out of his work and all those things, he'll surely join. And I'm not quite sure if he's bound by any contract or something to not go to other streams. But doesn't seem right because they have done their own streams, and then Hamza and Hijab, they have gone to other streams to talk about this thing. So it doesn't appear that there is a contract that you can't go to other streams and then discuss the debate. So Aaron, if you're listening to it, and just to tell you guys, I did message him before this stream, and he said the same thing that he'll try. And even while the stream was going on, I did message him basically to come on to the stream, right? Even if for 5 minutes or 10 minutes to come on to the stream.
You're like Mr. Marketing, right? Like you're going everywhere.
Right? I'm a poor marketer, man. Right.
Waiting outside of every house waiting for money. The pot. That's what you are, right? The guy with the pot in the hand.
Right. So yeah, I did ask him. So I'm pretty sure I did ask him and Mark both to join the stream. And this is I told him that this is the important part of the whole debate. I thought pretty much this is like where the juicy bit lies, pretty much, right?
Yes.
Well,
sorry, go on.
Yes, Madan. Yeah. No, Madan, you continue. I think you wanted to say something. Yes.
No, just about what Hijab said, right? Indeed, there have been philosophers who accepted the idea of actual infinite. I don't think they necessarily meant it was a contingent dependable thing or whatever. I don't know. Hijab, I don't know what he means by contingent anymore. I don't know what he means by dependent. They're not necessarily the same thing. You can have something that is contingent, that is, you can have something that is necessary, that is dependent, right?
Right.
You can those things are not necessarily attached to each other. You can so I don't know exactly what he means, right? But Aristotle, for example, I think that I might be misrepresenting him a little bit, but I think he thought you can have like a undifferentiated object, like a mountain or something that is infinitely large, infinitely wide, infinitely lengthy, and that can exist, etc., and so on and so forth and so on. I mean, the different philosophers have had different views on an actual infinite existing in the real world, and what we mean by real world can differ. When Hijab makes the declaration that an actual infinite cannot exist, he did it, as Kaidi said, unconditionally. He didn't specify in what conditions, but now he's saying that in certain conditions it can exist, right? It just has to be this non-spatio-temporal realm, and then he adds his own language into it when necessary, and it's non-contingent, not depending on anything, and if it exists in this, not in a finite manner, but in infinite manner, then it's apparently qualitatively infinite, and qualitative infinity is different from quantitative infinity, precisely because a quantitative infinity would be something like a series of Coke bottles. A qualitative infinity doesn't have any dimension properties. It's limitless in that sense. So this kind of ideal conception of God that you might have, right?
Right.
And therefore, two things are different, right? Now, the concept of a God in the first place sounds contradictory. So if actual infinities are absurd in certain contexts, metaphysically absurd or contradictory, then the concept of a non-spatial, non-temporal mind. Everybody listen to this: non-spatial, non-temporal mind, right? What does that mean? Okay, non-temporal, non-spatial person. Okay, what is that, right? All forms of consciousness need a form of sequence and thinking. So when you say there's a non-spatial, non-temporal, temporal meaning there's no time flow, like 1 second, 2 seconds, or even microsecond, or whatever you want to call it. There's no duration of continuous experience. How can you have a mind, a person, without any without a conscious, continuity of experience, right? In fact, that's what the philosopher Wittgenstein thought. Wittgenstein, in terms of for the claim against supernatural entities. If a supernatural entity is something that is without it, which is weightless, matter, it's not matter, it's not made out of any stuff. It is without any temporality, without any space, right? Without any dimensions, then it's almost equivalent to nothing, right? Can you have that? So there's already an implausibility with this concept through mere a priori reasoning. If you can't have a square and a triangle, how can you have a mind and at the same time it be non-spatial and non-temporal? There seems to be a contradiction in that. And this is what the problem that it creates. So by hijab kind of positing this kind of mind in the first place is it's absurd. Maybe as absurd as a actual infinity for some people. The other thing is, if a mind does, this non-spatial, non-temporal mind does possess an infinite set of propositions in its mind, here's the thing. He is admitting, whether you call it qualitative or whether you call it quantitative infinity, he's admitting that there's an actual infinite where the whole is greater than the part, whereas the part is also the same size as the whole. Now you may think, here's the thing: if he's saying, here's a mind, when parts to the whole and only the language of part and whole only applies to differentiated objects, finite objects like the Coca-Cola bottles, right? So when you think of an infinite line of Coca-Cola bottles, now the entire set of Coca-Cola bottles is identical to the set of odd-numbered Coca-Cola bottles. How many odd-numbered Coca-Cola bottles are there? An infinite. What is the total number of Coca-Cola bottles? Infinite. But wait a minute. How could the part be just as big as there's a contradiction, right? That's what he wants to say. That's what he wants to say when you say you can't have an actual infinity in your life.
And that's what he does say, actually.
Yeah.
That's what he does mention in his opening statement.
Yeah, exactly. Now apply this to the context. Now he's trying to say, because unlike the Coca-Cola bottles, a God is not differentiated like that. Wait a minute. It doesn't matter. Think about this thought experiment. Imagine if there's a mind, a non-spatial, non-temporal mind, just like a God, but non-temporal mind, that has two thoughts, two propositional thoughts. Yeah. Now think of another mind with three propositional thoughts. Now, would you say this other mind has more thoughts, more than the first mind? Yeah, you'd say it's more than the first mind. Now, think of another mind with four propositional thoughts. That is more than the first two minds. Think of a fifth one, etc. And you go to an infinite. So clearly, we have a concept of quantity. How else would you understand this, right? How else would you understand?
Right. Even the idea of holding those beliefs is still infinite, right? That it's still quantitative, right? I mean, the number of ideas you are holding is still quantitative, right? So you are dealing with the
That's what I'm
infinite
saying.
over
And
there, right?
I'm just
If they
using
can't exist in the real world, then they can't exist over there as well, pretty much, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is the conclusion I'm trying to get, but I'm trying to use like an intuition pump to help illustrate the idea. Yeah, that we can't give up this idea of quantity. We can't give it up because just because something's non-spatial, non-temporal, doesn't mean if it has two thoughts we can't quantify it. If it has three thoughts, we quantify it, and we say it's more. As soon as we can understand that, then we can understand that an infinite mind will even have more thoughts, and therefore more. What is more? Great is greater than. You can use that sort of language, which means it has a quantitative quality to it, and therefore, either it makes no sense to say this is qualitative, and therefore this is a contradiction. Therefore, God can't exist. If God is a qualitative being, whatever you want to call it, then this is just wrong. It's not. Or if we concede that it is quantitative, then Hijab is saying there's an actual infinite of propositions that God holds, where the whole is equal size to the part. But that's a contradiction, and that can't exist because actual infinities can't exist, and therefore God can't exist. So I'm not sure that Hijab really has debunked Fraser there. Sorry.
Right. Right. One more thing. When he says that he gives the example of a bottle, right? And then you can't have infinite number of limited things, right? And then he goes on to say God is not limited. Now, so this is a category error, right? You are not talking about what Aaron's specific example was not about the God, but the ideas that he holds, basically, right? Can he have infinite number of ideas or not, right? That was the kind of example he was going on with. So you can't equate. In the end, probably that was by mistake from Hijab, or that was intended. I'm not quite sure. So yeah, that's one of the things that I found it was a category error, but probably I'm not quite sure what point he wanted to make over there, right? I mean, he just wanted to say that God is not limited, right? And even when you're talking about infinities, Madin, over there, you just gave an example.
Yeah,
Once you're talking about the ideas, right? The number of ideas, God can't be limited by the number of ideas he or she or it has, right?
Yeah.
If it has, then it is limited, just like this bottle, right? He has been limited, right? Then all the problems you're applying to this bottle for the infinities, you'll have to then consistently apply to God as well, right?
Yeah.
Then
I mean,
he's
I
limited.
don't. Yeah, basically, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think the distinction between qualitative infinity and quantitative infinity make a lot of sense as much as as people think. A qualitative infinity is an undifferentiated whole. That's how Hamza has expressed it before. That's how I think philosophers in the past have expressed it. An undifferentiated whole is like imagine a mountain with never-ending sides, right? Just imagine a rock that has no end. Yeah, in any direction, any dimension, any angle. It's just never ending in size. That's an undifferentiated whole, which is different from like the number of stars, number of
I mean,
Coke
you can call it analog versus discrete, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 real numbers versus natural integers, maybe, or something like that, right?
Exactly. But here's the thing: what makes those things different as much? I mean, the rock is still quantifiable, right? It has parts. I mean, it's an undifferentiated whole, but has parts to it, right? In the sense that you can map each part of the rock. Just like my hand might be mappable. I might be able to count the number of dimensional points on my hand. And some people say our hand will have an infinite number of dimensional points, right? And similarly, you can count the parts of the undifferentiated whole. It has a size, it has a magnitude, therefore it can be quantified. So it doesn't make any sense to say that if an undifferentiated rock existed in infinite in size, then that can exist. There's no metaphysical absurdity or logical impossibility. But if that rock was sliced up into tiny bits, that can't exist because now it's countable. right? Now it has finite parts. No, both have the ability to be counted, right? Whether it's, if the Coke bottles were just glued together or something in infinite in size or just never ending, then apparently you can't count it. And that's what I'm trying to say. You can count the number of thoughts God has in his head, whether or not it is undifferentiated or not, whether it is temporal or spaceless or not temporal or spaceless.
Right. Kelly, Madin, shall we move on then? I think we did cover this one.
Yes, I think we did cover this. I raised my objections to Hijab's approach as well, or Hijab's refutation as well, in our first, or at least in the video in which we discussed Hijab's statement. So I think I don't need to actually repeat that, but I think Mahadin has covered the key argument against Hijab's refutation. So I don't think we need to discuss this any further.
Right.
Right.
No, we don't.
God doesn't have beliefs. He doesn't have knowledge.
No, knowledge. Yes. Yeah, but there's
Is God, so maybe I'm confused. Maybe is God a person?
So this will be
Is he an immaterial person?
Well, this will be one of
the phraseology here.
Yeah.
Some would have found that phraseology, some wouldn't. But
So we believe in God's transcendence, right? So using things like mind and person is something that doesn't really exist in our tradition, especially yes. A mind, yeah.
No, person.
A person, yes. Sorry. With regards to a person with a mind, yeah.
Right.
That has subtle anthropomorphic connotations.
Right.
So we wouldn't really fixate on the term mind itself, right?
Okay.
That's the first thing. This is why I want to find out what do you mean by God's beliefs, and why are you saying that this means that they are actualized? I want to unpack that.
No, I'm happy to. So my general understanding, and maybe we are talking across purposes, because the idea that I've always had of the sort of being that resonates for people, that is cashed out religiously, is the idea that people have a belief that God's looking out for them. He's essentially he's a person, and we are made in his image. And obviously God's not a finite person. Like I take it, you guys don't believe that. Yeah, he's transcendent, unlimited, unbounded, necessary, all of those sorts of things.
With the word unlimited, you have to connect it to an attribute of God, or because unintelligible. Okay. So if you say unlimited in mercy, unlimited in power, unlimited in knowledge.
Superlative, knowing no bound.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that I've always understood that when people pray to God, he can answer prayers.
Yes.
God knows the amount of hairs that are on Hamza's head, on your head.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Even though I can't see what's on there. But he knows what's going on with me and Mark, and these are distinct beliefs. And normally when we think about a justified true belief, we just go with JTB.
Yeah,
theory,
sure.
That any claim of knowledge implies belief. Right? It's very hard to make sense of what you mean by God's omniscience if we're not talking about propositional knowledge.
Yeah, but my specific question is, so I can know how to address your point clearly. Because I don't want to straw man.
No, that's right.
So when you say God having a belief, and then God having a belief means it's somehow actualized in the real world. What do you mean by that?
Okay. So
and how
can you pause that?
Okay. God has a belief, and by the very virtue has.
I don't know why Hamza can't understand what Aaron is saying. It's quite simple, and Hamza keeps on making misunderstanding it. I don't know what he's trying to do. Aaron is not saying that the God's beliefs are necessarily actualized. He's saying that God's belief do exist. His beliefs are something that exist. They don't have to be actualized, as in if he has a conception of a purple or a pink apple.
Yeah,
I think there is a discord.
Exactly,
between these
his
two.
beliefs are identical to God himself. They should be, technically speaking, if you're talking about God. But that's the problem. So I don't know why Hamza keeps on. And
they're at discord with this thing. Hamza keeps saying that God has beliefs, but Hijab thinks that God has knowledge. Then these are two distinct things, right?
No, Hijab actually understood. Hijab understands the argument that Aaron is making, and that's why he tried to refute it. Hamza, I don't know, either doesn't understand it or doesn't want to address it. I think he doesn't understand it.
I think he's trying to find another flaw, because he's trying to say
maybe,
actualize the real world,
I think
he's trying to say God doesn't exist. He's trying to say God does not exist in this natural world. Maybe that's what he's trying to say.
Maybe.
And that's what I think. That's what he might go and say. Let's see.
Yeah, and I'll tell you just before we go ahead. there's something interesting that is going to happen just shortly, I think, in this debate. And
Okay.
you'll see how uncomfortable hijab is with answering this question, because Aaron is going to ask the same question again to hijab, and you'll find it very interesting how hijab tries to, include all this what you'll call what do you call the fluff in his argument, because no, this has been dealt with, and
Bluff, you're saying, or fluff?
oh no,
Bluff?
fluff.
Okay.
So this argument has been it's a good argument. In fact, let's listen to it, and you'll see how uncomfortable hijab actually is.
Kali, I'm just
with this.
mindful that Sean also wants to come on as well. Yeah. So we need to hurry it up a little bit.
Yeah. So let's go ahead. Yeah.
Sean, if you're still there, just give us a thumbs up or something like that, so that we know we have to hurry up through this. All right.
Yeah.
Hope
Yeah, you
he's
can
still
continue.
here.
You can continue.
It's
So
actually
when I say God's belief is real, I mean it in the same way that you think God is real.
No, but
God has. So in other words,
okay.
you understand what I'm trying to say?
Can I go back one step, right?
Yeah.
I know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say, listen, you have a problem with actual infinities. You're saying that God's attribute of knowledge must be actually infinite because it's connected to quantifiable things which have to, for example, his own self. Let me make it easier for yourself. God's, if he's boundless, then he must know himself, right? So in other words, he must have
Right.
Pause it for a moment. Sean says he has to go. Do you want to just ask Sean if he wants to pose one question or whatever he wants to say or do? Do you want to ask him to say that?
Sean, if you want to get on for 5-10 minutes or so,
5 minutes,
then please do come on, and then we'll continue after you leave, right?
He needs to go.
That's also possible, right? What do you guys say?
Since he's waited for this long, I think it's best.
So he's saying that he'll respond to your comments in the previous videos. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I think it would have been better if we just discussed it. It would have been quicker rather than going through a back and flow, comments, because there are loads of comments for you to tackle, right? And that would also mean I have loads of comments to tackle as well. So we could do a few things. Do you want to have a conversation with me live in the next session? What do you think? I'm asking you, Sean, right now. So if you can have a conversation with me about it instead of
why don't we take Sean in and then maybe just have a conversation, not about that thing, and then decide what to do next, right?
I think Sean has said that he'll join next time. I don't know. Maybe he's busy right now.
Just set up what. Okay, so he can't get on.
I think he mentioned I'll join next time. So maybe he's busy.
All right. Sean, if you can, maybe just talk for a minute or two to see what you want to discuss. If you want to have an independent stream with Madin alone, or you want.
Maybe we can. I don't know if you guys have used Clubhouse. That's a good platform for people to have some good discussions. So we can use Clubhouse there as well. We can record it.
Sean is here.
Okay, great.
Hello, Sean. How are you? Welcome. Can you hear us? I think you are probably. I can't hear you. You're not on mute.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
No. Yes.
Hi, Sean.
We just heard you, but then now we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. It looked like there was a lag because I had the video going on in the back.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't want to interrupt. I know you guys were reviewing this, so I didn't want to derail the conversation about old things from before and all that. So, but yeah, it was good. It was good listening to you guys.
All right, good to talk to you as well. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe what we'll do, Mahaden, next stream we do just open stream. Anybody could just drop in and converse.
I think what we should do. How about this, Sean? How about we organize a little discussion? Then we can have that on. It would prevent us from going back and forth over YouTube. You see, wouldn't it be better if it's live? Do you not think?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I would say, because on YouTube and the comment section, I think not everybody is going to benefit from it. If we
Yeah.
have these conversations over here, I think a lot of people are going to benefit from it.
Yeah. The only issue though with me is sometimes my I think my I'm not on the same time as you guys. So I think like the last stream you guys had, I literally just joined when you guys just ended.
Right.
Why don't you tell
Yeah.
us what times work for you? Yeah, I mean, we are constrained by
Yeah, so that's the thing. So that's why I'm like, oh, if we just message each other or something like that, that might be just a little bit easier, just so that we don't have to change. You don't have to make a whole stream just for that. You know what I mean?
Right. So what you can do is you can get my my email from the channel.
Yeah.
About page, and then once you email me, I'll let everybody know, right? And we can coordinate from there on, right?
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Okay,
So,
have a good stream, guys.
all right, you take care. Bye bye.
Okay.
Talk to you
Bye.
later.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. Did anybody wanted to make any comments, or shall we move on with that?
I think let's move on, because there's a very interesting part that's going to come up.
Okay, go on.
It's not quite what I'm. It's not quite.
No,
what I'm
I
saying,
know, but you're saying that God's. You have a problem. You're saying to me, you have a problem with actual infinities, right? And God's knowledge. You're saying God's knowledge. You
It's
claim
actually
is actually
infinite.
infinite. So
Yes.
I'm responding to you. I don't have a problem with actual infinity. I'm responding. This is my response.
Yes.
I don't have a problem even in the real world. Listen to what I'm saying. I can see it's logically not always incoherent. Can you see? I'm not going KC actually.
Yeah.
Because what you're doing now is refuting William Lane Craig's Kalanka's logical argument. I'm saying I accept what you're saying here. It's a strong point against the Kalanka's logical argument. I grant you it. But what I'm saying is, this is the response. Listen to what I'm saying, please.
Yeah.
You might want to write this down.
No,
with all due respect.
I'm listening.
Which is this. I'm saying I have a problem with actual infinities in the certain context. Number one, that the objects of in question in actual infinities, number one, are contingent. Number two, are limited. Number three, exist all at the same time. That's the thing that every scholar of the medieval
So
period
can you
says.
explain to me? So I'm trying to understand.
Yes, okay, let me explain. Sorry, let me explain.
Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry. So imagine God created A, then created B, then created C, and goes to infinity. That was Ibn Taymiyyah's view. That's a view in Islam. It's a view in Islam. Ibn Sina believed this.
Right.
Many people believe this. Aristotle believed this. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a view in the philosophy of religion. I'm not saying logically it's fully problematic.
Yeah.
I'm saying the following: saying if you get all those infinities at the same time, all those things A, B, C ad infinitum, and put them all at the same time, the existence of those contingent, limited existences together, that's where the contradiction lies. Why? Because therein lies the absurdities of the part being more than the whole, that the inexhaustible becomes the exhausted, all those things that I mentioned in the presentation. That's where it would be a problem, where the spatial, temporal, time dimension is one, i.e. they all coexist. Yes, all those things exist at the same time, number one. And number two, that they're limited and contingent. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I think I understand what you're saying.
Can you pause it, Philo? I think if you guys noticed, he said that, for example, God did A, or let's say God created A, then he created B, then he created C. How can God actually do that? And he said that there's no problem with that. And actually, I have seen Hijab and even Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, make these points that according to their conception of God, God can do things in a sequence. But how is that logically coherent? How is that logic?
Right.
How does that make logical sense if God is timeless? A timeless entity does not do things in a sequence.
Created A, then B, then yeah.
Exactly. That does not make sense for an entity who does not reside on a timeline. This can only be. This is only done. This can only be true for an entity who resides on a timeline.
On a
Then only you can
yeah.
exactly.
Temporal
Yes,
existence is required.
exactly. An entity that resides in a temporal realm can only that entity can actually do things in a sequence. How can an entity which is timeless and eternal do things in a sequence? I'll tell you the problem with that. If God can do, if it's not obvious enough, if God can do things in a sequence, then tell me, if God is eternal and God can do things in a sequence, then your problem of infinite regress or the infinite actions before, so let's say God created A, Well, what did God? Is that the first thing that God created? Well, that cannot be the first thing, right? Because
Something
what
has to
was
be
God?
before that, right?
Exactly,
Something has
something
to
has
be
to,
before
and
that.
what has to be before? An infinite sequence of things that he did before that,
Right, right.
right?
So
And if
the
that is
gods fall
true,
into
then
the same trap as the infinite regress
that they,
problem,
yeah,
right?
exactly, infinite regress. Because if God did created A, and prior to A he had created an infinite number of things in a sequence, then he could never have arrived at creating A, because there is an infinite number of things that he has to first create and then do A. But how would he ever how is God able to can create infinite number of things before arriving at A?
Right. So one of the objections they might have, and I'm thinking putting my cap on basically right now, and they could say this is not a temporal then, right? A created A and created B. They might be talking about causal chain of A, B, C, D, right? But it doesn't make sense. Why would
No, it
God
doesn't.
need a
I
causal
don't think they're
chain?
talking about that.
Yeah.
I mean, does it
I
matter
mean,
that
they
then
are
that
talking about,
then
yeah.
it's not then this is not, because this is not what he's talking about though, because he clearly states that what he has a problem with, the problem he has with actual infinities is that the things are temporal, spatial, and they reside at the same time, and
Right.
and he's trying to,
And are limited, right.
exactly, and are limited. And in order to resolve that, he is saying that God's actions are in a sequence, and that's why they're not at the same time. I don't know, I mean, that doesn't make sense. There are so many problems with that statement
I mean,
that
this
that makes their
sorry.
own concept completely illogical.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just wanted to add this causal infinitude could also be had without, without resorting to, God creating A, B. You can always ask this question, uh, you know, before creating this universe, what was God doing? He created something else. Then before that, what was it?
Right,
So
right.
this infinity, that problem of infinity or infinite regress, you will still have it, right? Without even having this cited this
Right,
example, pretty much. At
right.
least that's
And
what I think.
but that problem will only be there if you believe that God can do things in a sequence,
Yes, right, right, right.
right?
This is
And that is
only
what
true.
that is what Hijab is proposing, and that's why it's not it's logically impossible, according to their own worldview, because this is the objection that they make to the naturalistic understanding of this universe and cosmos, that it cannot be the necessary existence, or it cannot be eternal, because uh, it has time, it was created 14 billion years ago, or it started to exist 14 billion years ago, and all that, right? So and plus it a very big objection that it is limited, and it has time, or it is in time. So all these objections that they raise against the naturalistic explanation of cosmos will now apply to God as well.
Right, right. Shall we move on? Madan, you want to add something to it?
No, I'm not 100% sure though what line of reason Hijab is deploying the example that there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think Hijab is saying that that's what happened, obviously, and I don't think Hijab is saying that his God is like that, or he might be saying that it's logically possible that a God can make a chain, infinite
He's
chain.
saying that
Yeah,
it is possible, because he said that there's no problem with that.
yeah,
Philosophers do believe that. If he has a problem with that, then he would have said, well, this is,
yeah.
philosophers say that, but it is logically impossible. Why would he even mention that?
Yeah, but that doesn't make a lot of sense at all, right? Um,
Exactly.
it's absurd. I mean, because
Yeah.
because it contradicts his own point that there can't be a finite chain, a finite contingent chain. He's saying, I'm trying to make sense of it, but it's not making a lot of sense.
Yeah, maybe he just messed it up all pretty much, because
Yeah,
otherwise
yeah,
it's a pretty basic error that I didn't think he's gonna commit probably, or maybe
yeah,
just he had a brain fade for a
He,
moment
exactly.
or something like
Because
that.
you can
he
have
has
go on.
he has to say something, right? Because he cannot just admit that, yes, but the argument that I made, well, actually, Aaron actually knows the problem with that.
You know what he
And
should
in a
have
way,
done?
he's already, yeah,
He should, instead
yes,
of going down the stupid route, it is a stupid route. You should have talked about undifferentiated wholes and differentiated stuff, and talked about qualitative and quantitative infinity and how they're different. That there's a finite objects are different to qualitative. Going down this route, he just sounds contradictory, right? Doesn't make any sense. But if you talked about that, you would have just basically maintained the position that there's a difference between a qualitative infinity that can't be counted. That's what he's trying to say, that there's no sort of greater than or whole. You can't do this stuff. You can't quantify it. And there's a difference between that and finite limited objects, which can be counted. And there you have the problem with actual infinities. That's the route that he should have taken, I think. I mean, it's wrong. It would be wrong, but it's still better than now. What he's doing right now. You know?
Right.
Yeah, I wanted you to clarify that.
Right.
Yeah. But go on. Press play. Yeah.
All right. Let's move on.
Echoes. So it's a little bit of a straw man to consider the qualitative versus the. What did you say? I said in my book. I forgot.
The qualitative and the distinction between qualitative and quantitative.
In the book, it actually goes a little bit further, and it echoes what Hijab is saying. Mohammed Hijab it's more about the differentiated and undifferentiated infinite. This is the point. So it's based on temporal, spatial, discrete things, finite discrete things. So there is a fundamental difference. So we accept the actual infinite. We can accept it. But we don't accept it from the point of view that you can have an actual infinite that is based on differentiated things, which is based on the contingency, the limited nature.
Hijab is like his father came to the rescue.
Yeah. And he made the exact argument that you were actually suggesting them to make, right?
Yes. They finally figured it out. They finally, after all of that.
They heard you.
I said it to the screen and they just figured it out.
Right. And I guess, in fact, let him complete and then we can probably discuss that.
Yeah.
I want to refer to God. So you say God. So God's knowledge. No scholar on earth will say God's knowledge is a differentiated, eternal, limited attribute from the point of view that it's temporal, spatial, and it has these limitations. And that's why I wanted to really find out what you meant by belief and how that actually denies what we're saying. I can't see that the argument that you propose actually is a defeat in this case.
So before you continue, I'll let you finish your point. We're going to quickly bring in.
Of course.
We're going to quickly bring in Dr. Chad Harris, and then we can continue.
You guys want to comment on this because he's bringing the other,
Right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You still want me to move on because then I think argument is going to drift away or not?
No. I think we should address it right away. So I'll ask a simple question to Hamza. This concept of qualitative and quantitative. What was he?
Yeah, differentiated on
Differentiated whole, right?
Differentiated.
So how does he know that qualitative differentiation doesn't apply to our universe?
Yes, yeah.
How does he know that? On what basis is he making that distinction? Because he's talking about something which seems very similar to our universe, something that is limited. So what Aaron has mentioned is God's omniscience is equal to a set of infinite beliefs. Am I correct, Mahadan?
Yes, yeah.
God's
omniscience would entail mathematical knowledge and mathematical knowledge,
exactly
all the numbers of the number line, and that would therefore be an actual
infinity. And each belief is differentiated from the other. A belief about a pink apple is different from a belief about a blue banana, right? So all these beliefs are limited because they are specific.
Yes.
They are differentiated because they are different from each other. So now just making an assertion that that particular differentiation is just qualitative, and the universe that we live in, this differentiation that we have in this universe isn't qualitative. It is a quantitative differentiation. It is a discrete differentiation. That is just a claim that you're making. You are just is what it's called special pleading, I guess. I'm very bad with for naming the fallacies, but this is
Yeah.
not, maybe it's special pleading. You just want special rules for your own self, for your own worldview, but when it comes to the other's worldview, you just say no, this is the problem with your worldview. But when you have similar problems with your own worldview, you're gonna come up with some fancy words and come up with some made up category of this of that being a qualitative rather than being quantitative, providing no proof of it, and then claim that that's how it's different and that's why that doesn't apply to this rule doesn't apply to that. So it's just all special pleading and nothing else.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I did try to touch upon this earlier as well, but I wasn't as clear on this. But yeah, I agree to this point.
No, I mean, exactly. I mean, if you're going to have different propositions, as I said, if you have a mind with 3 propositions, a mind with 4 propositions, they're separate propositions, right? It's different, unless otherwise you'll say it's identical, right? And if you have a mind with infinite propositions, that has more propositions than the smaller mind with less propositions. Therefore, it's quantifiable, and therefore it's you can differentiate it. Right?
Can you have a mind that's all the knowledge is coalesced into one seamless stream of infinite knowledge?
Yeah, you can, but the point is
now. So I'm just trying to defend their argument basically, and I'm trying to think whether something like that can be differentiated. I mean, now that knowledge becomes undifferentiated, right?
By definition,
that's like you can imagine that by taking a bunch of books and throwing them in a mesher,
right?
So that mix it all up, but then it will be it is no longer information; it's junk.
No,
right? You cannot consider that
space-time fabric, right? It's a space-time fabric of God's knowledge, right? And any perturbation is a specific gives rise to a specific.
Philo. A lot of theologians say that. A lot of theologians argue, or philosophers argue, that God's knowledge isn't propositional knowledge.
Right.
It's God is like a painter looking at a painting.
Yes. And we can discuss it. Yes.
Yeah. So it's all just there in one go.
Right.
Everything. Right?
So that's sorry, go ahead.
Yes. But in that yes, Martin, you can complete your thought and then I'd like to comment on that.
So they make the argument instead of propositions, like proposition Kylie exists, Martin exists, number 1 exists, number 2 exists, and like set of binary or not binary, set of individual very specific propositions that you can file in a filing cabinet or something. It's not like that. It's more like he's seeing everything all in one go. That's the kind of thing that
yes.
Yeah.
And Madhan, I'll tell you the problem with that. That kind of being would not know anything that is not actually happening or that has never actually happened. Would you agree with that? So for example,
explain what you mean exactly. Yeah.
Explain. I'll tell you what. So let's say, I'll give you an example. I am going to, let's say I commit some sins and therefore I'm going to hell, right? Now God could see all the actions that I was doing, right? And therefore he knew what I was going to do. And therefore he knows what I'm going to do because he could see everything in front of him, right? Because he's a timeless entity and everything that I did was in front of him the entire time. So even my future is present for him, right? Now, would he know? Now, for example, a person he did not create. Does he know that, for example, there's a person who he could possibly create, but didn't? Does he know whether such a person would go to hell or heaven? No, he would not, because for that, then there will be what you call a propositional knowledge, right?
Right.
It would require propositional knowledge because he would then know what could happen, right? When you say that God can know what could happen, then a problem would come. Then you're not talking about that concept of God. Now, I do understand that, as you mentioned, some philosophers do say that God only knows about what's actually there, that it's like a painting in front of him. But in that case, as I mentioned, the problem would be he can never know something that never happened, or he can never claim to know something that would have happened with
Could have
certainty.
happened, right?
And right. And I'll tell you what, God of Islam, that is Allah, claims to know everything that could happen. I'll give you an example from Quran. In Quran, it's mentioned that the hell dwellers, the people who will end up in hell, will say that God, please send us back to this world, to the world, and we'll do good deeds, and then we'll probably end up in heaven. God says that no, even if we send you back, I know that you'll commit the same sins. How does God know that? He cannot know that if he does not have propositional knowledge. In order to know that with certainty, now he could have made an educational hunch based on what he was doing, right? Then you might claim that. Then what you're saying is that this statement of God God isn't certain about it. It's just a guess. But that Muslims would never say that. Muslims would never say that it's just a guess.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think those are the implications of accepting this idea of an undifferentiated whole of knowledge, right?
Yes.
Those are counterintuitive implications. Intuitive, again, because we've been talking about intuition. I don't mean intuition in the sense that Hakikichu made. Intuition in the sense that there seems to be contradictions, right? Counterintuitive implications in that sense. So I'm using a different version of intuition there, just so that people don't hold me account for it. Oh, look, you use intuition as well. Me and my Hakikichu's definition of intuition is different, but this has ramifications on the rest of Islamic theology. I agree with that. It has problems elsewhere, so they can't have everything all at once. When I say all the arguments all at once, you can't have an undifferentiated whole, and then you're going to have all these other problems elsewhere. But at any rate, even if you have this kind of painting kind of idea, you're still going to have distinct knowledge. This is what I'm saying. You can't just have the idea that you can have this continuous, non-discrete form of knowledge about things, even if it all happens at the same time. It's still propositional in the sense that they're distinct, identifiable, individual, separatable knowledge components, right? The fact that Mahadin exists, God has knowledge of me, God has knowledge of you, and they're separate. It doesn't matter whether it's happening in a form of a painting or it's a form of propositions, whatever. The language breaks down here. At the end of the day, it's still quantifiable. Would you not agree? There's a difference between, let's say, there's a difference between a person who has knowledge of one thing, whatever that thing is, however we define it, and a person who has knowledge of everything. One is more than the other. And as soon as we start thinking about it like that, it's quantifiable. You've quantified it, right? There's quantities involved. I'm not sure how you can have this, why being differentiated or differentiatable even matters, but it's not really, first of all, non-differentiatable, because in this painting, this canvas that God is looking at, there are separate things that he's seeing, right? All the numbers are there.
Right.
All the numbers are there. Otherwise he doesn't have an infinite of numbers. He doesn't have all the numbers. If all the numbers are there, then there's an actual infinite number of numbers, and they're unique individual numbers. 1 is different from 2, 2 is different from 3. So it is differentiated. How else would you understand this, right? And even if it was a number, if it was something else, it can still be. Again, it goes back to that rock. Imagine an undifferentiated rock, right? It's still quantifiable. There are parts to it. You can put a section of the rock and count it as this is 1 centimeter tall, 1 centimeter wide. This part is 2 centimeter, and there's parts to it. I don't understand the importance of it being not differentiatable, and it being differentiated. They're both the same in my mind, and it doesn't make a difference.
Can you exactly recall why Muhammad Hijab made this point about actual infinities being impossible?
Because you can't have an infinite chain of dependable objects.
Okay, but okay, so you can't have a chain of infinite objects. Okay, so
Yeah.
he was trying to disprove infinite regress, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So
Because he also
look, he went in that last response before Hamza's response. He went a bit crazy. He contradicted himself. He says things that just weren't happening. He said, "You are refuting the Kalam cosmological argument right now." No, he wasn't. He was refuting your argument. Is he right? And secondly, he wasn't even doing that. Aaron was at that time trying to show a reductor. Basically just if we accept actual infinities can't exist, therefore God can't exist. That's what he's trying to show. Aaron wasn't debunking contingency argument, not directly. He wasn't debunking Kalam cosmological argument, not directly. He was just simply saying, if we accept the premise actual infinities cannot exist, then God can exist. So Hijab slightly misrepresented him. So you're just debunking the Kalam cosmological argument. And there's a good argument against that. I think he had a bit of a...
He at least considered that point that, there is a problem with the William Lane Craig kind of Kalam cosmological problem.
Yeah. But they moved away
it's
from
a defeater kind of for that.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you both something, Philo and Kylie, right? I'm not sure how I'm not going to name any names, right?
Mm-hmm.
You might know who it is, Philo. I know Kylie won't, right? So, but don't say the name if you know who it is, right? But somebody met Hamza. Somebody I know met Hamza, and they talked about physics and so on, and they talked about the Kalam cosmological argument, and he admitted, right, that the Kalam cosmological argument is not a good argument. Yeah,
Hamza did, right.
Yeah, this was in 2015. Now, as far as I can see, after 2015, he's not used the Kalam cosmological argument. I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure about that, but it seems like it. Kylie might be able to confirm if he's seen Hamza talk after that, but I've not seen him use it, and I don't think Hijab has really used the Kalam cosmological argument. Maybe he has. I think he has. Hijab has, but again, that wasn't Hijab's opinion. It was Hamza's opinion that Kalam's cosmological argument isn't good. Now, recently, I think Hijab may have abandoned it as well. Maybe influenced by Hamza. Maybe he also realized what Hamza realized separately, maybe together. I don't know. And he's moved away from Kalam as well, I think. So this could be the reason. This specific point, maybe there's many reasons. Maybe one of the reasons is because of this, that they think that actual infinites maybe can materialize or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the reason, but go on.
I think there are other problems with the Kalam cosmological argument. Yeah. I honestly, I've never heard Hijab presenting the Kalam version, the Kalam cosmological argument. I've always heard him making the contingency argument, which I think is a very good argument. I mean, it's a good argument, I must say. There are problems with it.
Yeah, Hijab used the Kalam cosmological argument against Skydive Phil, I think.
Okay. I've not.
Did he use that against Cosmic? No. He used contingency.
No, I don't think so. No, he used a contingency argument against Cosmic. He used a contingency argument.
Against Skydive Phil, though, they spoke about it a little bit. And
did they have a debate? I may not have seen it.
Yeah. They spoke about it for a little bit, but then Hijab changed his mind and started talking about fine-tuning. When he realized that Skydive Phil knows more about physics than him. So he just went to... basically, Skydive Phil started talking about all of the premises and infinities and all of this to the point where Hijab just changed his mind and he just started talking about fine-tuning. He thought, all right, forget that. Let's talk about fine-tuning, and diverted the topic that way. So I think in the background, I think these guys have changed their opinion on the Kalam, I think.
I think one of the most obvious problems with Kalam cosmological argument is the fact that they claim that everything which began to exist has a cause, right? And then they go on. The next premise goes on that the universe has a beginning. The problem is that this this concept that, or this statement premise that the universe has a beginning. When you say that this universe that we know live in and the rules that are there in our universe, so the universe as we know it, that you might even say that, okay, so that started to exist, but there is no there is no way to
There's no
empirically.
scientific consensus to that. Yeah.
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
I mean, there is, when you say scientific consensus, there is no
No, I mean,
scientific
I'm
proof.
talking
There's
about
no
as
scientific proof.
right.
So the scientists might have an opinion, right? There might be scientists who might have their own opinion, but that is just hunch. They have no
Right.
proof of that. They have no actual argument. They might have some feelings there, here and there, based on some hypothesis, but
Right.
none
There's
of
too
the
many of
no
them.
scientist has a proof that everything that exists started to exist at the time of the Big Bang.
Big Bang.
That
Right. Right.
no scientist claims that, and that is the biggest flaw with the Kalam cosmological argument. This is an argument based on science, based on
Right.
empirical data. It is
Right.
often presented as an argument, as a deductive argument.
Right.
It is not. It is an inductive argument because it is based on science. The second premise, which is that the universe started to exist, you cannot claim that, or you cannot make that assertion without relying on scientific data, which cannot provide you certain information, right? This the certainty, according to your, of course, that we do agree with that, but that has often brought up by these Muslim guys, that science cannot give you certainty. But the moment that you need something for your to prove your worldview, you are there to you can immediately rely upon scientific information. So
Yeah,
what
science is not reliable, but when we need it,
exactly
it is
when
the
we need
most
it,
reliable thing. At least
most
Big
reliable thing,
Bang.
and we are certain that the beginning, that the universe and everything that exists had a beginning. How the hell do you know that? On what basis is
Yeah.
Madhav,
sorry?
your voice is
Yeah.
sounding like
So that is one
you're
of
an
the
alien.
most
Sorry.
Your
yeah.
voice is sounding like you're an alien.
All right. What about
Yeah.
now?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
better.
better now. It's better now.
Yeah,
So yeah, that is one
sounding
of the
like
biggest
Madhav.
problem with Kalam cosmological argument, and I think it should be obvious to even a slightly what should I say, logical person. They don't have to be an atheist or an agnostic. A Muslim should be able to understand the problem with this argument, that it is based on science, and if you want to rely upon science, then there are a lot of more problems that they'll face.
I agree. I agree. That second premise is pretty sketchy. It's pretty much almost false. Like by all means, you can say
Yes,
that.
it's unfounded. There's no way you can prove it. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to go into detail. The contingency argument, I think, is incompatible with Kalam cosmological argument. And I have had discussion with Muslims, particularly. I'm not sure if you understand, if you've heard of the concept of divine simplicity. Have you heard of this,
Yes. Yes.
Mahadev?
Yes. Yes.
So the Muslim proponents of divine simplicity, certain people I've discussed this with. So there's a group of people who I've talked with. They consider Kalam cosmological argument deeply flawed because it's not compatible with contingency argument. I'm not going to go into detail how, but it's clearly not does not align
See,
well with contingency argument.
usually what happens is when these guys, and I don't know, I might be wrong, but that's how I remember it. Whenever they have brought the cosmological argument, I'm going back like 3-4 minutes. The cosmological argument, they have always tried to club it. Madan, there's a feedback from your side. So cosmological argument, they have always tried to club it with the infinite regress problem, right? I mean, once
Yes.
they think that they go over there, and then they just try to club it with the Hilbert-Sortel problem, the infinities can't, you can't have infinite regress and all those things, and that's how they used to club it together. But as you said, it's second premise is like so sketchy. It's like there's no evidence for it. And then furthermore, they probably have abandoned it. That probably is the reason. That's why they are not using it. I don't know, I haven't seen it, them using, but they have been using contingency for a long past couple of years at least.
Yeah, the other thing about the contingency argument is that it here's the strengths of the contingency argument over the Kalam cosmological argument. The Kalam cosmological argument, you can still get to, let's say, a natural cause, or you might, for example, think there's a first cause that is a natural entity, right? The contingency argument will still ask, based on the principle of sufficient reason,
Yes.
that it must have explanation either in itself or outside of itself. That might be the benefit. That's what some people think is the benefit.
Exactly. That's the strength.
Yeah,
exactly. The Kalam cosmological argument doesn't take you there.
Yeah. The other thing it might ask is that on Kalam, you can deny the Kalam cosmological arguments. First of all, the Kalam cosmological argument is actually a combination of different arguments. It's not just one thing, right? First of all, you have it's a cosmological argument. Everything that begins to exist as a cause, the universe begins to exist, therefore the universe is cause. That's one part. Then there's a second part, a second series of syllogisms to get to a mind. So we call it the Kalam family of arguments, right? And before you get to a mind, you need to then talk about each of the individual premises, and then you have to prove that you can't have an infinite series of backward chain of causes, either because actual infinites cannot exist, and or because you can't have successive addition. You can't create a successive line of events because it needs a first event, right? And that might start questions about A theory of time and B theory of time. Here's where it becomes more scientific and interrelated with physics. And the defenders of Kalam might not just want to do that anymore. And that's why they might abandon it. Because it seems as though it's getting there. Physics community is favoring B theory. And therefore, the issue of infinite series of backward events, temporal events, fades away. Because you have a four-dimensional universe, right? Without any time flow.
All events are real in time.
And I think William agreed. I think I have heard that William Lane Craig sort of agreed that under the B theory of time, the Kalam wouldn't work at all. Even his version wouldn't work.
Yeah, and this is why
that's why he says A theory of time is the right one, and he adheres to that pretty much.
Exactly, and it's wrong according to physics. That's wrong. So Kalam cosmology just falls apart there. On the other hand, on the contingency argument, even if you have an infinitely long chain of events that all happened at the same time without any time, B theory, So B theory is this block universe. The principle of sufficient reason will still ask: is it this necessary, or is it is there the explanation found within the existence of itself, or the explanation is found outside of it, an independent explanation? And so the B theory, the contingency argument will still demand an explanation for this infinite chain that is just there without any time. So that's the advantage. That's what the promoters find advantageous about it, I think.
Agreed. I totally agree.
I think we are not going to discuss contingency, but otherwise we can.
No, not again.
Contingency as well, right?
No, right now. We have done that already. We have done that already. So I think you guys, the audience can refer to the first part of the debate review that we did, in which we covered Mohammed Hijab's statement. I think we covered the contingency argument in that stream.
Right. Anybody listening, please go and check out all our past streams. You'll find some real good stuff over there. Some real good conversations, really good arguments, and defeaters to some arguments probably, or at least strong arguments against some of these theistic arguments. Anyway, shall we move on again? Madin, what do you say? Or we are still probably left. I think we still have 20 minutes more. Shall we run it?
Yeah, let's run it. We might as well.
Okay.
Do this. with audience questions, perhaps on this point or other questions.
But he said he would answer my question. I don't answer. Just want to do that.
Well, on the human rights,
Yeah.
if you can manage that.
So, do you want me to just rephrase the question? How would you, because you mentioned the ontological ethics and you mentioned consequential effect, available ignorance of generals. I'm just saying, what is the ontological, epistemological grounding that this is a morality on an objective level? That's all. That's my question.
So the view that I would give maybe is slightly different to Mark, although Mark did mention it.
Yeah.
Which is that I think that a good way to ground an objective ethics is to look at the nature of suffering. So when an entity suffers, one of the things that they learn about the suffering, the actual nature of it, is that it has an axiological valence. So in other words, we learn about the axiological disvalue of suffering through knowledge by acquaintance, through our direct acquaintance with the state of suffering. And I think that that's, now we can cash that out in slightly different ways. I mean, some meta-ethicists will cash that out.
Keep going. What's going on?
No, I was getting a feedback, and I thought you're probably trying to say something, but I can't hear you, and just that feedback is coming from your side, right? Yeah.
Giving a reductive account. So some people will say, they're much like in the philosophy of mind, we want to reduce qualitative properties to neural states. Certain meta-ethicists think that it's appropriate to reduce suffering to the badness of suffering, the normative property, to suffering. And I think that that's quite plausible. Another way of looking at it is to say that it's non-reductive. So in other words, that the normative property supervenes in a necessary way on the non-normative property of suffering. Another way is to look at it is a functionalist account. Now, all of those various accounts, they're very interesting in meta-ethics, but that's more an in-house debate amongst meta-ethicists. But once you grant that suffering is intrinsically bad, it may be instrumentally good in some cases, but once you grant that it's intrinsically bad, that generates a moral reason.
Yeah, well,
Okay, I promise you, I'm going to get there. So once we have a moral reason that's amenable to rational understanding,
yes,
we can start to think about rights. Okay. Because once we recognize that there's an axiological disvalence or a negative axiological valence to suffering, we can see that that entity has an interest, a moral interest in not suffering.
Yeah, sure.
And that has a rational claim to have a right. And what is a right?
Yeah.
A right is a claim that an entity has to protect its vital interests. And one of the vital interests that it has is the interest in not suffering. Why? Because suffering is intrinsically bad. So that's a way of generating.
This is what someone will respond to that. Will say, listen, David Hume style. This is or fallacy, naturalistic fallacy. Because what you're saying is suffering you feel is bad, therefore it is bad from an ought perspective, do don't do perspective, teleological perspective, moral perspective. The point is, I don't even grant you the premise that suffering is bad in the first place. Some suffering is good. We all go to the gym and suffer there. Listen, let me tell you something. So, with all due respect.
So the point that Aaron took so much time to explain the intrinsic versus that differentiation between suffering, that goes out of the window. Can you guys hear me?
It goes out the window, yeah?
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying, right? Yeah. He just got back to
I don't even grant you the premise. We suffer all the time. As I mentioned before, I gave you a live example. Yeah. The people that were the good people in South Africa that went against the apartheid for so many years, decades, I'm sure you're one of them, you're a rights activist yourself, were suffering against the hegemonic power until they achieved their achievement. So
right, this is the point I'm trying to make, right? All those intrinsic versus what was the other word Aaron used?
Axiological.
No, let me just rewind it a bit.
Atheological acquaintance, I think he said, or axiological acquaintance.
Disvalence or a negative axiological valence to suffering. We can see that that entity has an interest, a moral interest in not suffering.
Yeah, sure.
And that has a rational claim to have a right. And what is a right? And one of the vital interests that it has is the interest in not suffering.
Because what you're saying is suffering you feel is bad, therefore it is bad from an ought perspective, do don't do perspective, teleological perspective, moral perspective. The point is, I don't even grant you the premise that suffering is bad in the first place. Some suffering is good. We all go to the gym and suffer there. Okay. Listen, let me tell you something. All due respect. All due respect. I don't even grant you the premise. We suffer all the time. As I mentioned before, I gave you a live example. Yeah. The people that were the good people in South Africa that went against the apartheid for so many years, decades, I'm sure you're one of them, you're a rights activist yourself, were suffering against the hegemonic power until they achieved their achievement. So I don't even grant the idea that suffering is bad. Listen, hold on. Okay. The point is, you saying that suffering, you feel bad, therefore it is bad, is a naturalistic fallacy. David Hume, who's an atheist himself, said you shouldn't be doing this. That's not grounding objective morality. So that's the question again. How can you ground objective morality?
So one response to that is you've conflated the intrinsic versus the non-intrinsic nature of suffering. So in axiological theory, there's two distinctions, important category distinctions that are often made. One is about the intrinsic nature of the intrinsic value of something. The other one is the non-intrinsic. What you are referring to is a non-intrinsic value of suffering. So suffering is qua suffering, qua mental state. The state of being in pain is itself bad in and of itself. It may be extrinsically good in the sense that it helps you to overcome certain things. Like, for example, I can see Hamza likes to train as well, as do I. We like to train in gym, right? So the instrumental value of suffering, we can grant, right? It's a non-intrinsic value.
I understand what you're saying.
It's the intrinsic value.
One more thing. I think what you've done is conflated the psychological and the ethical. Like, for example, what you're saying is that we don't like pain. I agree with you, we don't like pain. Human beings don't like pain. Pain is bad, for the most part. I understand that. But what we're talking about here is a kind of psychological bad, not an ethical, teleological bad. I'm saying, how do you get from the psychological to the ethical? How are you making that jump?
There's another question I think would help this, because I would like to I think
Madan, there's a very terrible sound coming from your side.
Feedback from your side. All right. Do you guys want to comment on this?
Yeah, what I'd like to say is that the is-ought problem that he's posing to Aaron Fesser, it applies to his moral worldview as well. I'm not sure why does he think that he can ask this question to Aaron, but he doesn't have, there is no need for him to clarify his position as to how does he get his ought from his is, right? God said, do this. Therefore, we should do this. Why?
Yeah,
where did this ought come from? God said it. Yes, I know that. Well, why should I do this if God said it? There is no reason for me to come from, go from this is to ought. So since just like you don't have it, what reason do you have? So
ultimately it's gonna come to, it's good because I'm not gonna go to hell. I don't want to go to. It's gonna come to some utilitarian principle, basically.
Again, this intrinsic value. Again, you're coming down to Aaron's point. Then that human beings intrinsically don't want to suffer. So it comes down to the same argument that Aaron is making. Then. So then we're coming back to the same point then, that human beings don't want to suffer, and therefore we would do what God has required us to do because it makes sense that because we intrinsically don't want to suffer in hell. Simple. And that makes sense. Okay, so if that is the goal, then yes, similar. Aaron is making the exact same argument. I think. I mean, if not exact, it is in a way the same argument.
Just to clarify,
Martin disagrees with us on this, I think, probably, as far as I remember having talked about this earlier, right? Martin, please go ahead.
I'm not sure I do. I don't know which part you mean. I disagree with you on.
I think we did talk about this. And I said that isn't it similar? Basically, someone saying, okay, I believe in some certain utilitarian principles and stuff, and that's what I base my morality on, pretty much, right? And then someone saying, okay, yeah, I believe in God, and why you ought to do something because God commands it.
Oh, I see. Yeah. The motivation.
Probe them a little bit more, then they'll say, okay, I don't want to go.
Psychologically, Muslims can hold that. I'm saying, ideally speaking, is the idea that the reason I don't want to do this because I don't want to suffer.
Right.
Is not the only I don't want to do this. There could be I don't want to do this is because I don't want to be unjust. right? You can psychologically believe that as well. It's not because you want to avoid your own suffering. You just don't want to.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there you have a point. Basically, I mean, not everybody thinks this way.
Now, it could be the case. It could be the case that Freud, in like some sort of psychological examination of people's brains, will show it. Ultimately, actually, they don't think that. They say this. The motivation is that they want to don't want to be unjust, but really they just don't want to be suffer for their own sake, right? They don't want to be the scorn of the public or shamed or feel guilty, something like that. Could be the case, but that's a psychological empirical question. Whether or not that's the case. My point is
eventually, Mahadan, that's what I'm wondering. Eventually, their bedrock is again still the same one of those utilitarian virtue ethic or maybe deontology principles, right? The bedrock.
I think so.
That I agreed with. Yeah, that I never disagreed with. I just said I remember disagreeing with you guys saying that it's not selfish ethical egoism, right? But deontology would be an end in itself, doing the right thing because it's unjust, helping the other person for themselves, even at great sacrifice to yourself. And you can have that, right? So you can genuinely hold that psychological view, and there's individual people who do stuff like that. Or you can have the psychological view that I should maximize the interest of everybody other than myself. Even the utilitarian principle says the best trade-off will be if I kill myself, and then everybody else can have my organs and survive, right? And you can have that psychological state. But then you can have the psychological state where you're an ethical egoist, right? And you say, you know what? I want to just do this for avoid my own suffering, right? I want to do this because I want to rob this shop so that I can feel better. And the reason for that is to avoid my own suffering. Or I'll help this old lady cross the road, because I'll avoid hell or I'll go to heaven. You can have that as well. And I think some Muslims will think like that. Other Muslims will think more like a deontologist. It depends.
Right.
Sometimes both can exist at different times, different times of the day. In the morning, you might be a deontologist, and you can do, right? I have done this. I've done things that are just not.
I have a doubt over here. As somebody holding on to deontology on the fact that he'll be going to hell, I would say it's almost an impossibility.
Yeah. He won't be a deontologist. What I'm trying to say is that he will be a deontologist for the principle of the deontological principle, because God says, give charity. Charity is good because God's nature is configured towards benevolence, and benevolence makes charity good. Being a benevolent person means that you have to do charitable acts. Why are you doing it? Not purely because God said that, and not purely because you want to avoid hell, and not purely because you want to go heaven. Primarily because it's good to, just like a person without God who would give charity for no reason. Like I don't invest myself in God belief. I look after my. I'm a vegan. I don't have to be, right? Well, I try to be. I don't always. I sometimes do act selfish, but 80 to 90% of the time, I try to avoid that and avoid my pure selfish pleasure for other beings, right? And that would be like you may say that's prioritizing. That motive is not purely self-interested. It's taking the otherness of others into account. And I do think if you're a believer of God, you can do that as well. There's no reason why you can't do that. But I know a lot of people who don't think like that. The reason they do give charity is because you'll get swabbed.
I totally agree, Mahadan there. Who says I don't crave good chicken tikka masala? Who said that?
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on. I didn't want to interrupt you there, but I'm just putting the stream link over here. Anybody who wants to join, maybe say a thing or two about themselves, or maybe ask a question, or maybe raise an objection to whatever we have presented, please do join in and let us know what you think of these streams. And even if you don't want to say anything and just want to listen it, maybe just do a favor to us and spread the word if you like it, if you're listening, and if you're with us so far, then you're probably liking it, whatever we are talking. Maybe spread the word to the like-minded people who can join us as well. And Madin.
Yeah, but the other thing that I'd say quickly, I don't think that is what Aaron is saying. He's not saying that the reason that suffering is bad is because we don't like to. It's simply like that. It's because of I don't want to suffer, and this is why it's bad. It's not as simplistic as that. I think it's a variant of that. It's very, very similar to that. Just to kind of steelman his argument, he's trying to say that pain and suffering is intrinsically bad, right? It's just bad. So look what he said. He said some philosophers think as soon as you have the concept of pain, yes, it is bad. There's a close analytical connection between the two things, right? It's not because we want to not suffer per se. It's very close to that. It's almost like that. I grant that because the human psychology is like that, right? But it's because it's just is the case that if unfettered pain for pain is bad. Simple as that. Pain and
But I mean, you can go deep down to the biological levels, maybe. I think just to
this is even without
have
biology.
this, yeah.
Your point is this is without biology, right? Whether or not a biology exists, maybe you're a soul, right? That can feel pain. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not relevant that you can go deep down. My point is that his point does not take into account of biology. It's
So this is biology removed any kind of a pain, and this is the kind of problem I'm having here is a pain is a biological process, right? So and that manifests in the minds, right, in the brain basically. So to detach it completely, I'm not quite sure how it could be done basically. So that's why I'm asking the question basically.
No, that's because you're not thinking like a philosopher right now. This is what Aaron is doing, right? Aaron is saying pain is bad in all possible worlds. That is pretty much it. It's like a logic that he's trying to say, meaning that if there was
it's by definition bad then. Now
Yes,
something
yes.
it's definitionally now you're assuming pain is bad, right?
Yeah. So if there was another world where we weren't made out of our biology, let's say the mind was attached, or maybe there wasn't a mind being attached to anything. It was a disembodied mind.
So how would you define in that world, how would you define pain basically? So you would say anything that gives you the ability to suffer is pain?
Yeah. So yeah. Now there's a question of whether you can. I don't want to detract from the conversation and start talking about whether it's possible to have a mindless, bodiless mind.
Okay.
But the point
maybe
is,
we can talk about this later on, right? Sorry.
Those are separate issues. Yeah, that's separate issues. But let me make it more easy to understand. Let's say pain is felt in a particular world with a silicon brain. Right, or a computer can feel pain. Now it's still physical world. It's just that you don't have the human biology. You don't have the human physiology. There's no brain per se in the same sense we have it now. Maybe it's made out of other stuff. Even in that world, pain will be bad. So it's not. That's why I'm trying to say it's not dependent on necessarily on a specific biology. It's just the idea that pain is bad. Simple as that. Whether or not maybe it is the case that you can only have pain within a biological system. Maybe that's the case, but pain will be bad. Maybe it is not the case that you can have pain in a biological system. Maybe you can have it in a different sort of system, a silicon system. Computers, robots may be able to feel pain. It will still be the case that pain is bad. You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, no, I understand your point. Yeah, I mean, I do understand your point. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. I think so it's in that sense. Then it doesn't matter what we want, what we care about. You can be deluded, right? You can be drugged up and deluded, or just mistaken, and think that you want pain, but pain is bad, right? And those are tough situations where you're really suffering or not. But the point is that's the reason I'm trying to steelman the case is because when you have it like that, pain is bad. Yeah, and if Aaron is right, then it's not dependent on the popular opinion or votes of people, public opinion, right? Even if everybody just walked around saying pain is not bad, pain is bad. That's the argument that he's trying to make. Yeah, and I think I may have seen a little bit of this argument before on a short, and I think Hamza and lots makes that objection, and Aaron doesn't have time to defend it like that. that he's trying to say intrinsically, pain is bad. Simple as that. Even if there's an instrumental goal to pain, it might be the case that in certain situations there's an instrumental goal to pain, like eating chili, right? And that has an enjoyment. That pain is although kind of bad, it has a kind of, that noxious experience has an overall good to it. And in that sense, it's not, the pain that you're in a gym, you're suffering, right? A little bit, but it ultimately has an instrumental good. This is what he's trying to say. I wouldn't frame my arguments like this, but this is what he's trying to say. So in that sense, because that's what hijab says, but you have pain, you have some suffering in the gym, but that has an instrumental good overall, right? But something can be an instrumental good overall, but still be intrinsically bad. And what he's trying to say there, that pain that you're feeling is still bad, although you're still doing it anyway, right? And outside of those gym contexts, let's say there is no instrumental goal to it or goodness to it that would justify it. Let's say a hammer hitting your thumb, right? And there's no reason, you don't need to do this for a surgery. There's nothing else happening there. You don't need to surgically amputate your thumb or something like that. Then that is just pain, and that is just a bad experience. That's bad, right? That's it. So David Hume would say, like Hijab said, that these are just subjective states. I can think your pain is good. You can think your pain is good.
And how do we define bad here? I'm just trying to think through it. Could this be said for any proposition? Pleasure is bad? No.
No, you can't say. Yeah, exactly. That's what you're trying to. There's an it's like a married
pleasure
bachelor.
Pleasure is intrinsically bad. Something like that.
Triangle has three sides.
No, but see, why I'm asking these questions is because this is definitionally true, right? Pretty much, right? Pain is bad. Couldn't you make other things fit into this model as well?
Yeah, you can. But if you can say pleasure is good, right? And if you mean by pleasure in the sense that hedonistic crazy pleasure, then that eventually leads to pain. Then you can sit down and articulate why some forms of pleasure are actually bad. We say it's pleasure, but it's actually not pleasure, right? Because sorry, it'll be a mirror reflection of everything I've said. For example, in the same sense that pain is bad, but it has some instrumental good in certain contexts like gym, it could very well be that pleasure is good, but it has some instrumental harm.
Bad associated with it, yeah.
So sitting around just watching Simpsons all day is pleasurable, yeah, of course, but it has an instrumental, etc. So once you go like that, you can build. That's what he's trying to do. Now, I've never argued things like this before. I argue it a different way. I say compassion, and so I come from a different angle. That's my view. This is also a plausible view. I do think there has some merit to it. I think it can be defended, and it's once we accept, just like definitionally, a triangle has three sides. Pain is bad, pleasure is good. That like the very concept. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like you can't have pain without it being bad. It just comes together. It's like saying pain is nothing. Like imagine if you have pain and nothing. That doesn't make any sense. Pain is intrinsically bad. That makes more sense. This is what he's trying to say. Now, keep in mind, this is not my view. I'm just trying to articulate his view.
Right. I'm just trying to think through all the possible definitional propositions that you can make, and then make it true by definition, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
And whether that really becomes objective in a sense or not, right?
Well, that's what Hijab tried to do, right? Say that the David Hume objection is that there's pain, but that's just the awareness of the pain is just a psychological state, and it's in the mind dependent. And the psychopath watching the child feel pain, he's having a mind dependent maybe experience as well, which is this is pleasurable, right? And this is good, therefore this is good, or something like that. And the child who's in pain and feeling torturous amount of pain thinks it's psychologically bad, but it doesn't become an independent, mind-independent truth, like an objective fact, right? David, that's David Hume's argument. So it's just an emotion within the mind. How is it an objective fact? So I don't think Aaron responded to that yet. So he responded to the first point about the gym example. Now Hamza is interjecting, right? Maybe Aaron will respond to that, and if not, I'll have a go. But let's just play.
All right. Let's see if Kyle is still here. I think he has gone to sleep.
Okay. Let's go.
When we say objective, or when you say objective, what do you mean? I mean, because if you ground moral values in a naturalistic paradigm, or you ground moral values in what you would say intrinsic suffering, for example, how does that make it objective? Because my understanding of objective is that irrespective of the whole world, right? If they were to say that, for example, apartheid is right, we would still know it is wrong. Yes. Because moral values are out there, so to speak. So they require an ontological grounding. You have to answer two key ontological questions for ontology. Okay. Number one, what is the source of this moral value, and what makes it mind independent? What you've done, actually, you've just gone around in circles.
So I've got to respond.
But wait, one more, so you really understand what I'm trying to say, because this is philosophy, right?
No, we're doing
You said naturalism explains everything. So under what naturalistic account? If naturalism is defined as, metaphysical naturalism is defined as, number one, there is no divine. There is no non-physical, and everything can be reduced to or explained by physical phenomena in some way. What you're doing, you're enchanting physical phenomena with some kind of divine attributes on non-physical features. So from that point of view, you have to also define what physical properties are, or what physical processes are, because from our understanding, they're blind, cold, and non-rational.
Sorry, we have 4 gentlemen, time is limited.
Oh, sorry.
And with this, you are negating all these other people. There's a change.
Why do you have to say this?
No, sorry.
Why do you have to say this? No, don't say that much.
No,
Can we give everybody a round of applause?
This is just funny.
There's a little bit more of a drama.
Let's watch this.
The soap opera continues.
Yeah, let's watch this.
Yeah.
Sorry, we will bring out of order. I have to override my chatting to out of order. If you're a Muslim and you speak about akhlaq,
please, I think you're out of order. You're diminishing him.
No, I'm not diminishing him. I'm saying you're negating all these other people who want to ask questions, and you can have a discussion, and you will answer them. You cannot negate all these other people who also came to. I'm sorry that I'm overriding my chair. I'm being out of order by doing that. But I'm asking you to have some respect for others, and then we can speak about religion in totality. So can you let the chair do what he needs to do, and he will come back to you and let you speak. But people here need to ask questions too. Do not negate them.
We were having a
because limited
respect.
And you have
Can I make a better point?
Can the chair speak,
because I haven't spoken much, and we were having a very good
Can
conversation.
I let you speak?
Yes, sir.
Make that point, and then I want to bring in the discussion. But I do want to thank you all for that very civil exchange. I really appreciate it.
We'll have dinner.
Right, so directly
So the point I want to mention is because, look, I want to be as authentic as possible, which means I don't have any undeclared negative intentions. And I think, I believe in sometimes of a collective consciousness, and energy permeates the room. And from the beginning, prior to this conversation, we had academics saying we need academics on the panel because in an academic university, because we have to academically, it's not your words, but it came across, we have to academically babysit the panel. And I'm being honest, those were the words. We're here because we're academic, you need some academic professionals to give you an academic input. With all due respect, you have master's degrees. You have PhD, we're almost finishing. We have, he has more degrees than a thermometer. So the point I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to, and this may be wrong, I stand in the possibility that I'm totally wrong, but I got the kind of feeling that there is almost a sense of meta type of babysitting going on.
Yeah.
And yes, there was emotions, but I think we're gentlemen. He knows. Look,
He's a man.
let me tell you, 100%. He knew what he was going to say was going to trigger someone.
Yeah,
I guaranteed. We live in a hegemonic liberal secular society that's imposing on the Muslim community, and it's not a neutral space ideologically.
Security just said that we need to wrap up. I'm
Yeah, I get you, but I'm trying to say that has to be clear, because that's how it has come across from the beginning before we've entered this room. And we're having a really good philosophical discussion. And with due respect, what's your name? The chair has already assessed that we're going to give more time to discussion than to Q&A. It was already agreed. With all due respect, you're subordinate in this conversation, and you should allow him to do his job. You interrupted, which was fine, but you didn't know why he interrupted. Let him interrupt properly. If you want to take it to the audience, that's fair enough. But with all due respect, let's not have any undeclared negative intentions. That we're all neutral and equal on this panel and platform. There is no, I'm academic, I'm up here, I need babysitting, you're this and the other. We're gentlemen, we have our own personalities, and let's have a conversation. I just find it was rude that I was interrupted when we're having a really good philosophical discourse here. That's what I'm saying.
Can we? Okay, thank you. We're going to continue with this discussion. Dr. Harris and Dr. Mati are going to be brought in, and I appreciate Dr. Mati trying to bring us in, bring you in, and then the audience. But please go ahead.
So it's a narrow argumentative point. I'm not going to take sides either way in this, but I felt, Eden started off by presenting an argument that ostensibly is an argument about evil. And then Mohammed came in and said, you denied evil.
Objectively, substratum.
Okay, and you said actually there's just good and there's a lack of good. So is the good something that admits of degree, so you can have greater or lesser good?
Yes.
But then the argument still goes through, because all that's needed for the argument to go through is for you to have less good.
Yeah.
So
with all due respect,
so the notion of evil is a dead herring. That's not how the argument works.
My point in response to that was that evil doesn't have an ontological status. You cannot put it, it's not substratum, you cannot put it under a microscope. I'm not making a point about the relational type of evil. You can say that evil exists. I'm saying as an atheist, how can you substantiate, my question was, how can you substantiate the existence of something on atheism objectively, which doesn't have...
But that's irrelevant to his argument.
No, I think it's very relevant.
No, it's not.
If he's denying God on the basis...
All he needs for his argument to work is if good can admit of degrees. If you can have a greater or a lesser amount of good, then the argument's a sound argument.
Now, I feel like it's 3-on-1 now, but no problem. 3-on-2, you need to do this, I'm sure you do. No, it's fine, it's fine. You're a big man. No, it's fine, big man, I'll land it. But what I'm saying is this, you've negated one very important thing, okay, which is the fact that we talked about divine wisdom anyway. Yes. Which is that divine wisdom is not mentioned in Epicurean types of evil arguments.
It's irrelevant to the logic of the argument.
Excuse me. It's not mentioned in the dilemma.
I'm not asking about
It's not mentioned even in his argument, because divine wisdom in Arabic language means wada shaykh makani side. Basically, it's appropriacy.
This is also relevant to the argument. You aren't answering.
Oh my
yes.
God!
That was a moment I wanted to talk about. I think this whoever this other panelist is maybe shouldn't have done that, right?
What did he do? Sorry, what did he do? He laughed at it.
He laughed. He did laugh. Yes.
But what point did he laugh at? He just.
I'll just say he was asking a specific question, right, on Aaron's objection, right?
I know that. I know that. But I'm just thinking.
He's looking for. He's saying that he said evil doesn't have an ontological existence, right?
Exactly. No.
But he's saying that you don't need that. Basically, all you need is need to have grades of good, basically, for this argument to pass through, pretty much. And they're talking about Aaron's opening statement, I think, or the new problem of evil, pretty much, right? Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I understand the argument. My point is, what thing did he exactly laugh at? Just rewind it a little bit.
Yeah, okay. So he didn't provide any. He just he waffled about something. I don't know.
Arabic language means what are shaking again. Basically, it's appropriacy. What are you laughing at?
Appropriacy is that?
Can you just rewind it a little bit more?
So the Epicurean wisdom anyway.
A bit more.
Yeah.
Which is that divine wisdom is not mentioned in Epicurean types of evil
This
arguments.
is
It's
all
not mentioned in
irrelevant.
his.
It's irrelevant to the logic of the argument.
Excuse me. It's not mentioned in the dilemma.
I'm not asking about
It's
that.
not mentioned even in his argument, because divine wisdom in the Arabic language means wada shaykh makani side. Basically, it's appropriacy. What are you laughing at?
This is all irrelevant to the argument.
What's funny here?
You aren't.
Yeah, it just seems like hijab is waffling. That's why, I think that maybe caused the laugh.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think what caused the laugh.
That's what I was saying. He's waffling pretty much, right?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
yeah.
He's just going everywhere, not coming to the point, pretty much.
Kind
Anyway,
of, yeah.
Cal is back, I think, right?
Euthyphro, there's nothing to do with Euthyphro here. So the argument is basically that whatever you call evil, even if hijab concedes, even if hijab defends it by saying there is no evil, there is a difference between some types of goods and other type of good. And the lowest form of good is probably what Aaron is meaning as evil. So there's no difference. So the argument can still be made, even though there is by accepting there's a relational good. There are some goods and there are other goods. Why are these lowest forms of goods existing? In other words, it's a semantic issue there, right? Hijab is trying to describe it as good, and Aaron is trying to describe it as evil. And he's trying to say the argument still goes through, like you just said, when you explained it to me before, when I asked why they were laughing. Yeah. And then I don't know what hijab is doing here. Is now waffling. I think he's trying to say that he tried to say that, well, on a atheistic perspective, since you can't have a morality, how could you? And again, the panelist, the questioner, rightly said that's irrelevant, because this is about self-consistency. The atheist doesn't need to have a moral standard, right? Now, the panelists didn't articulate that, but that's the reason why the argument still goes through. Nothing about Schellenberg's argument requires the atheist to hold a objective moral standard, right? It could just be a he could be a subjective moralist. He could also be a nihilist, and Schellenberg's argument still goes through. So this is why, and then I don't know what hijab is doing, mentioning Euthyphro and Epicurus. Where did these things come from? This is why it is laugh-inducing, right? Because when you start mentioning these things, you just think, what's going on? Why is this being mentioned? Yeah.
he just made a whole circle and then came back and then was reminded, oh, I'm not asking about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see how he deals with this question of
Not answering the question about the argument.
No, hold on. You're laughing. Why are you laughing for?
Because you are deflecting.
No, I'm not deflecting. I'm answering your question. My question is this. When you talk about God, you're talking about all of the attributes that Muslims speak about when we talk about God, including but not limited to the wisdom of God. Now I'm saying that the existence of evil doesn't negate the wisdom of God, because wisdom is appropriacy. It could be appropriate, unless you want to say it's fundamentally inappropriate for there to be a world in which evil exists, and that's appropriate because, as Hamza also was saying, you know only the pixel and God knows the picture. You have the totality of knowledge. You don't know everything that exists, and otherwise.
And also, from a logical perspective, just to address your point, let's assume that. So what Mohammed Hijab means about good having levels is in a kind of a mode of export into the real world. Good does have levels in the real world, but ontologically, say good is
non-existent.
Good it says existent and absolute. Let's assume that, and we have wisdom that's existent and absolute. What we're saying is that evil itself is actually a manifestation of absolute unchanging good and absolute unchanging wisdom, in a real world sense. So even from that perspective, there are theological accounts where you could say, the goodness and wisdom of God actually ground evil in a real world sense, but evil doesn't have its ontological status, it's actually good and based on wisdom. That actually undermines the logical argument in my view.
Do you mind if I respond?
And I want to respond to that, because there was no laugh, there was like a... it was like, I'm smart. Thank you.
Schellenberg's argument takes divine wisdom into account. So the idea is that prior to God, so let's just put the argument into simplistic terms. The idea is that the theist is committed to three distinct parts of God. The first is God's unsurpassable greatness. That includes his omniscience, which includes his wisdom, his omnipotence, and his supreme axiological value. Right?
So his omniscience in Islam is different from his wisdom.
Okay, so let's say that also includes his wisdom. Okay, let's say that part of his superlative brilliance that it does. Right? The idea is
Martin, just pausing for a bit. Callie has to leave, so just wanted to. Callie.
I thought you left ages ago.
No, he's here. He just left a message. Kelly,
Okay.
you want to
Yes.
say something?
Yeah, guys. I'll just leave for now. I mean, it was a
Right.
fun
Yeah.
stream. You guys go ahead.
Right. I think
I'll
this
try to
stream
join
became
back
a
if I
little
can,
longer.
but not sure.
If you don't come back, then we're going to assume the Kylie hiddenness argument, right? Which is Kylie can show up, he doesn't.
Yeah, I had good reasons to stay hidden.
You have you have Kylie wisdom.
Divine
Right?
wisdom. Highly
Kylie,
wisdom.
Kylie wisdom. Kylie knows the picture, and we only know the pixel. That's what it is.
All right. All
Okay,
right,
guys.
Kelly.
Talk to you.
Talk to you guys. Talk to you, not guys. You. Okay, I'm half asleep as well. Madin, let's finish this quickly.
Yeah.
That prior to the existence of any natural world, so the created order, God is independent. This is part of this is your point that you want to emphasize, that God is independent of the created order. There's a difference between the creator and the created.
Yes.
So prior to any creation, you have this, all that is existent is a superlative being. And the core argument that Schellenberg puts forward is that the theist is also committed to what he calls prior purity of God. So in other words, there are no goods in God that have any relationship to evil whatsoever. So God is in some sense axiologically unblemished.
Okay.
So he's pure.
Okay.
And the point that he's trying to get across in this new logical argument from evil is trying to say, well, how do you bridge the gap? If you start off with a being that is superbly great, can't be great, and is axiologically pure in all goodness, there's no evil in God, there's not even anything that presupposes evil. So you may even think that there's nothing like courage in God prior to existence. Okay, but let's not be dismissive. I'm trying to give the argument here. So the idea is that from that state, any omniscient and wise being would judge that all the pure goods in him are better than any sorts of finite goods. And the idea of the argument, the thrust of the argument, is that God would model the world after the goods that are in him. In other words, he would make a world that is more God-like.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so basically in the Islamic tradition, there's different schools of thought. Let me just get it out there, right?
So, gentlemen, I'll let you finish that. We've been given now 7.5 minutes to wrap things up. I'll let you finish your point.
Let me finish the point. There's different schools of thought. So there's divine, just like in Christianity, like Augustine and Thomas Aquinas and so on, they had what's called theodicy. And in that they had the idea of privation. Okay, Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Qayyim also believe in that. There's divine command theory, which is that something is good because God said it. That's also represented in Islam. There's two ways to answer this question. Let's go with the privation theory for the sake of argument, because it's all the one way to solve this issue. I'm saying the following. I'm saying that, look, if God is all good, it's like, for example, do you see this light over there? You see light, yeah? Okay, so what is goodness is the reflection of the light. Evil is the removal of the light.
Right.
So you understand. So good is when God chooses to manifest his attribute of goodness. That is the privation theory of good. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So it doesn't require him to have an evil in him to remove the goodness or remove the manifestation of it. Do you understand?
No, I get it. I get the point. But
That's what.
But then there's the point that the interlocutor gave to you, which is exactly that you can run the same argument. I don't need to talk about when we can run Schellenberg's argument without talking about evil. We can talk about there exists a world with a distinct absence of good.
Okay,
and
so what?
So in other words, you see the point. So the point is the world falls substantially short.
Sure. No. Look,
here's
the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
In the first, you have to answer. You just said
that's fine. Let him argue. Let him answer, and then we can take questions.
Because I do get the feel that he spoke for about 3 minutes. Anything.
Give me an answer.
No. So there is a phrase by Imam al-Ghazali, one of the great scholars of Islam. He says that "Laysa fil imkan, abda' mimma kan." There's nothing in the creation better than what is. This is kind of connecting what you're talking about. Okay, so there's a long discussion among Islamic scholars about what this means. Do you see what I'm saying? So because it's connected. So you're coming with good interrogations. I'm not actually dismissing what you're saying. What he's saying is something that Islamic scholars spoke about for 1,000 years. No problem. You're coming with good interrogations. Now the response to that, like Diqai wrote a book on that very phrase. Al-Zabidi, because Al-Ghazali wrote this in Ihya al-Din. Al-Zabidi has a long commentary.
Can you tell me what the answer that he gave was? Is it possible to tell me what the answer that he gave?
Yes, please. We have to.
Yeah, so I believe that there is a problem with the logic here, and as I address the Professor Harris, what I would say is there is an assumption that there is a distinction between ontological good and a real world evil. Is that correct?
It's not quite what the argument is getting at.
No, I'm talking about the assumption of the argument. So what you're saying is there is a good, God has goods, right? He's perfect being good, he's omnibenevolent, right? And there is an evil. Are you making an ontological distinction between evil existing and God's goodness?
Correct.
What we would say is, in actual fact, evil itself does not have an ontological existence. It is a manifestation of the perfect goodness and the perfect wisdom. So that's the theistic position of Islam. So the whole logic is actually a straw man of Islamic theism. It would only work if you conflate omniscience with God's wisdom, which there is a subtle difference, and only there is an assumption in the logic that there is an ontological difference between good and evil itself has some kind of grounding or ontology. We would say that's not the Islamic theistic discourse. The Islamic theistic discourse is God is good.
Excuse me, we've got 1 minute left. 1 minute. So let me start. I was supposed to have 5 minutes. It's not going to be. Sorry, and you can call me. It's fine. I'll live with that. What I'm saying. I'm going to start with the gentleman outside. It strikes me how we only talk about God, truth, morality. There are men getting cold outside. It's very cold. Work.
All right, Martin, you still there?
Could you not hear me before? Because I was telling you to stop.
No, I can't. I couldn't hear anything from you. Just nothing. Sorry. You should have typed something on the private.
Oh, it's
chat.
all right. It was just like 2 minutes ago. It's fine. It wasn't that long ago.
Okay. No, I couldn't hear anything. I mean, not even the static noise or something.
Right.
But anyways, we'll finish this pretty quickly, right?
Well, the issue here is that the video is going way too fast, and there's a lot of thick content being spoken of. So we may need to watch that last 5 minutes again, maybe in the slower pace. Because what do you think? Because it's going to end anyway. How many seconds left? Yeah, about 50 seconds. So
this was already ended. It was already the last part. So let's go back where.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Just before Hamza spoke, I think that'll be fine.
I'm saying the following. I'm saying that, look, if God is all good, it's like, for example, do you see this light over there? You see light, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is goodness is the reflection of the light. Evil is the removal of the light.
Right.
So, okay, you understand. So, good is when God chooses to manifest his attribute of goodness. That is the privation theory of good. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes,
so, it doesn't require him to have an evil in him to remove the goodness or remove the manifest.
Madan, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to just simplify the argument that Aaron is trying to pose, and these seems like these guys are not understanding the problem or the argument being posed to them, right? So let's try to put it in simple words, right? And you correct me if I'm going wrong, right? So the kind of argument that J.L. Schellenberg has come up with, and that's what Aaron is posing, is if there is God, then he's omnipotent and omniscient, omnibenevolent, whatever, right? So that's the premise number one. If there is God, then he could have created a world without, and this is important, right? He could have created a world that is without evil. There is evil in the world. And so the way the evil is used, any privation of good by even a fraction of a level is considered the evil, right? And there is evil in the world, therefore there is no God, right? That's the hypothesis Aaron is posing, basically.
And Aaron can make the same argument without using the word evil. He could just say there is a God who's good, right? He could have made a world that is
good. There is lesser good.
He could have made a world that had greater good, but instead he created a world with
at least equal good to that he stands for, pretty much.
Yeah, sorry, greater good than the lesser good. I should say. Sorry. He could create the world that is greater than this world, basically, right?
Right.
So there's different ways you can make the argument. It's not the privation argument has no force here, because
privation argument fails with this one. I mean, it at least seems to me so.
And furthermore, it doesn't really matter. The idea that evil doesn't exist or is a privation. The one version is evil is a privation of God's goodness. Well, what causes the privation? God.
Right. So God is evil.
Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense, right? So they may say privation is because of free will or something like that, but God predictably, this creates a whole host of issues. God predictably created an agent that he knows will violate God's commands, right? And therefore, when God creates a being, he knows that on 4th of July, he's going to go kill somebody. Using that free will. Then God chose at the same time, when he created that being, that on 4th of July, I'm going to create a being who's going to freely choose to kill another being. Therefore, God also caused the murder. And
Yeah,
therefore,
I mean, you can always.
yeah.
Sorry, you can always raise the question, if God knows that the free will is going to create evil, and if he doesn't want evil, then he won't create free will, pretty much, right? I mean, that's the thing. You can argue that what is good for God, free will, creating creatures with free will, or creating good, basically. So you have to, you can always do that.
Yeah,
as
you
well.
can. I would say that's slightly separate point from what's going on here, but yeah, you can. The reason I'm just saying this is because I want to connect it back to Schellenberg's point, right? That privation or no privation, free will or no free will, is the idea God created the world, right? And so, sorry, actually, I think your point is consistent with what Schellenberg is saying. If God, it is expected that God would make a world that is equivalent to His goodness, and there's no need for Him to create a lesser world, and the lesser world includes a world where He creates beings with free will who kill people or murder people or rape people. Yeah, the fact that it's a privation of God's goodness or something, or goodness itself, doesn't change the fact that God created the world for it to become, for these agents to get into a state of privation where there's a deprivation of the good. He still caused that. Either way, privation or no privation, God caused it. So that's the issue. That doesn't, and the fact that you can relabel it to, oh, there's no evil, it's not evil. We don't ontologically believe there's evil. Well, if you accept that there's goods and lesser goods, then the argument still holds if you make the argument, God won't create a world that is lesser good than His highest good or something. Yeah, and God has created a good world whereas lesser good. Therefore, God didn't create the world. Because God wouldn't create a world with a lesser good. God will create with the highest good. So you can. Then it's just a game of semantics, and these guys are not getting that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They're waffling pretty much, not waffling. All right. So let's continue and listen to it again.
Station bit. Do you understand this?
No, I get it. I get the point. But
that's all.
But then there's the point that the interlocutor gave to you, which is exactly that you can run the same argument. I don't need to talk about when we can run Schellenberg's argument without talking about evil. We can talk about there exists a world with a distinct absence of good.
Okay, so what?
So in other words, do you see the point? So the point is the world falls substantially short of God.
No. Look, here's the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
In the first, you have to answer. You just said.
No, that's fine. Let him argue. Let him answer, and then we can take questions.
Because I do get the feel that actually he spoke for like 3 minutes. I don't say anything.
Give me your answer.
So there is a phrase by Imam al-Ghazali, one of the great scholars of Islam. He says that ليس في الإمكان أبدع مما كان. There's nothing in the creation better than what is. This is kind of connecting what you're talking about. Okay, so there's a long discussion among Islamic scholars about what this means. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's because it's connected. So you're coming with good interrogations. I'm not actually dismissing what you're saying. What he's saying is something that Islamic scholars spoke about for 1,000 years. No problem. You're coming with good interrogations. Now the response to that, like Biqai wrote a book on that very phrase. Al-Zabidi, because Al-Ghazali wrote this in Ihya Ulumuddin. Al-Zabidi has a long commentary.
Can you tell me what the answer that he gave was? Is it possible to tell me what the answer that he gave?
Yes, please. We have to.
So let me. So I believe that there is a problem with the logic here, and as I addressed the Professor Harris, what I would say is there is an assumption that there is a distinction between ontological good and a real world evil. Is that correct?
It's not quite what the argument is getting at.
No, so I'm talking about the assumption of the argument. So what you're saying is there is a good. God has goods, right? He's perfect, being good. He's omnibenevolent, right? And there is an evil. Are you making an ontological distinction between evil existing and God's goodness?
All right.
What we would say is, in actual fact, evil itself does not have an ontological existence. It is a manifestation of the perfect goodness and the perfect wisdom. So that's the theistic position of Islam. So the whole logic is actually a straw man of Islamic theism. It would only work if you conflate omniscience with God's wisdom, which there is a subtle difference, and there is an assumption in the logic that there is an ontological difference between good and evil, and evil itself has some kind of grounding or ontology, we would say that's not the Islamic theistic discourse. The Islamic theistic discourse is God is good.
Excuse me, we've got 1 minute left. 1 minute. So let me start. And I was supposed to have 5 minutes. It's not going to be. Sorry, and you can call me rude. It's fine. I live with that. What I'm saying.
I'm a very passionate person.
I'm going to start with the gentleman outside. It strikes me how we.
All right, Martin. That's
Keep watching. I want to hear the last part. Yeah.
Now this guy is talking, right?
I want to hear it.
Talking about God, truth, morality. There are men getting cold outside. It's very cold. Workers, working class people.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you that. Okay, thank you. So let me see, when we speak about God, morality, where do they fit it? That man told me, we need to be out by 1 minute. So I'm not even going to finish.
Okay, let's
he
go.
said, no, really. We need to be people, because these people needed to ask questions. But because you have 4 men who are truly interested only in themselves, with their truth, with their correctness, you could have been more humble in the Islamic tradition.
How do you know that? I'm interested in myself.
No, because you've been speaking all alone. So what I'm asking, no,
I'm interested in the truth. I'm interested in the truth.
It's finished.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
What
So
do you
that
have?
was
I already talked
funny.
about with that. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, what were you going to say?
No, I said we already covered what the problem Aaron was trying to say, but then after that, I think, Hamza had a few points, right?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what he's trying to say is that it seems to be the idea that you can't detect God's wisdom. That's what it is. You can't
I think
distinguish.
he's talking about the different ontologies, right? Basically, he's saying, you have God's good, and then the ontology in the world is different than what it is for. So I wasn't quite getting that point pretty much, right? You can't.
Yeah, I think ultimately what he's saying is that the ontological evil, there isn't such an evil, but that misses the point, because there's already said
Right.
there's
That's a manifestation of God's goodness and wisdom on the real world, on our world, basically, on the physical world, on the material world. That's what I got from his.
Yeah, in other words, he's denying there is anything but evil in the world. And
exactly.
I think the difference between these guys is that the theists are assuming there is a future benefit or advantage to the suffering, right? That renders it overall good, instrumentally or something, and therefore in line with divine mercy and justice. And the atheist isn't thinking that, right? First of all, you can make 2 objections from the atheist side about that. First of all, we don't see all of that, right? So first objection is that we don't see an instrumental good from, let's say, the genocide that was committed in the Second World War, right?
Right.
We don't see the instrumental, and we only can judge by what we see. It may very well be the case, and this is how we determine court processes, right? If the evidence comes about that you are actually innocent, that's when we let you out. Otherwise, if there's a genocide, then we can actually make the argument that no, this is not expected. In similar vein, Schellenberg's argument is the idea that with less good, God could make a better world, and instead we have a lesser good or an evil world. We wouldn't expect that. Hamza's trying to say no. In fact, this is actually not. It actually is good overall. Well, we can't see that right now. Yeah, if it is overall good, eventually we see the pixel, and eventually we're going to see the full picture. Right. We are not in the
state. Only sees the whole picture, right?
Yeah. So that's one objection that Aaron can make. I don't know. Aaron did definitely. This was not a real debate. They did not get to talk properly. They talk and scramble. It was The second thing you could say is that even if there was, it goes to get a better good. God does not need to do it like that. God can straightforwardly get to that good.
Right.
Yeah. So that's another thing that you could say. For example, if God, we need to suffer. For example, I need to take my teeth out, maybe because I've got a painful tooth. Therefore, I will undergo surgery. I need to undergo the suffering. So instrumentally, I end up in a better position. So my suffering is for a greater good. I need to take my teeth out. So I go to the dentist, suffer some pain. But God does not need to do this, right? God can immediately give me my teeth, remove my teeth without the pain. So again, Aaron could make the argument is, why does the Holocaust need to happen? Why does a genocide need to happen, right?
And all the animal, all
Yes.
the animal suffering. Why does it need to? I mean, what is the greater good over there? I mean, forget about humans, right? What about animal suffering? Martin, we lost you, right? You're back.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So, I mean, for humans, you can still understand. For someone who's going to heaven or hell, probably, you can understand that. But then gratuitous evil
you can
suffering
just
for
the fact that the fact that within Islam or Christianity there is a heaven and that is logically consistent, apparently, means that you don't need to go through this life. You can just create a heaven. You can just create the paradise straight away. Why does God need to make people suffer? Right? And that's kind of Schellenberg's argument as well. I mean, it's trying to say that God could have made a better world. God didn't make a better world, but less of that.
I mean, he's with any level of privation of good, God has fallen from his own standards, pretty much, of good.
Yes.
And that's what, in a nutshell, Schellenberg's argument is, pretty much.
Yeah, the only way I think Hamza and all that Hijab can counter this plausible way is to deny God's nature being like that. God's nature might not be the most compassionate and most merciful in that sense.
Might be a sadistic being or
something like that. Yeah, and that's what they started to do. They say that it's not like the Christian God, right? And they say with the hiddenness argument, well, God's nature of the Islamic God is very different from the Christian God. God's nature is the deceiver. The God nature is the problem with that approach is it's getting almost to the point admitting God is evil. In which case,
there is a verse in the Quran that says that I'm the best of the deceivers, right?
Yeah. So when we get down that line, it starts to challenge other premises that Hamza holds. For example, if God is deserving of worship, and Hamza accepts God is a deceiver, then that challenges the notion whether God is deserving of worship. Because if God is a deceiver, then what else is he deceiving you about? Is he deceiving you about his other attributes? God is a deceiver, but God is also the most compassionate. There's a conflict there. God is unmerciful. All right, but let's accept God is a deceiver. Well, maybe God is lying about his infinite compassion. Maybe God is lying about heaven. Maybe God is lying about hell.
Hell, right. God could be a liar. How would you know? You have no means of knowing all these things.
And therefore it weakens the other parts of saying that God is deserving of worship and surrender and submissiveness, because now you've already admitted that God is quite possibly going to be an evil being, right? So what I would do is, if I was Aaron, I would deploy all these I would make a mind map. Whichever route Hamza takes, it leads to these implications. You see that if you accept this, bite the bullet and say skeptical theism, God might have deceptive reasons, you end up with this problem in Islamic theology where you end up with a moral paralysis, where you don't know how to judge God's character anymore because God could be deceiving you.
Right.
But if he doesn't go down that route, then you have a situation where God is supposed to be the greatest being in the world, most benevolent being in the world, but then instead of creating heaven straight away, he creates this kind of imperfect world full of suffering and tragedy and horror, rape, children being raped, animals dying in loneliness and alienation, and so on. And it doesn't matter if you call it the deprivation of good or deprivation of evil, whatever you want to call it. It is caused by God. God allows it. That's the whole point.
Right, that's the whole point, right? Just allowing, the mere act of allowing it is detrimental to his.
Whether you call it evil or not, you can call it's less good. All right, let's throw out evil out the way. It's not evil. Killing somebody is not evil. It's just not as good as not killing somebody. Fine, but why wouldn't God, who is meant to be the greatest good creator, etc., that you can create the greatest good, creating this lesser good, and if there is lesser good, then that disproves the existence of the God. So go on.
In his infinite goodness, anything less than infinite goodness is bad, pretty much.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's Aaron Fraser's argument, or Schellenberg's argument.
Schellenberg's argument, right? Pretty much, right?
But I think what happened near the end, getting cut off, and
I think the whoever were on the chair side, I don't know who all they were. They were probably academics of the University of Johannesburg or something like that. But they were fed up with the way this whole debate, had conducted. Pretty much, it seemed at times that
all four men were into each other and like the sound of the voice. Well, I don't think Mark was anything like that. I don't think Aaron...
Mark had been subdued pretty much towards I couldn't hear him in past 30-40 minutes or so, probably 20 minutes or so.
It was I don't think these guys anticipated the level of hostility they would receive, which is a bit weird because their Hijab and Hamza's videos are out there, and you know how they operate, right?
I think they probably underestimated their antics.
Yeah, maybe they thought in this situation this won't happen, but look, it did. And I don't think Aaron did that. Aaron was pretty cooperative.
Civil in his own, he was civil. Maybe he may have interrupted a few times, probably, but other than that,
it was mainly Hamza and Hijab who wanted to talk, wanted to have the opportunity. They dictated tempo. They said, we're going to talk now. I have to answer this. I have to answer this. I have to answer this. Right? They were mainly them. Aaron did a tiny bit of that. Mark did nothing of that. So it's mainly the Islamic apologists who did that. And the other thing that Hamza said that you're babying us, right? Remember when he said that? Like, why do you have to bring academics? And he started showing off about his own credentials. Like, he's got a PhD. He's doing a PhD. I've got a master's.
He has got more degrees than a thermometer has. That stuck to my mind, right? And then Hijab was acting as if, nothing happened. Yeah, I'm the smartest guy in the room.
But the problem with that is that the academics who wanted to share the situation and control it and regulate it, they didn't come on the basis that because they're academics, therefore the number of degrees give them the authority. No, it's the experience, maybe.
Right.
Just because you have five
PhDs, just for change arguments. If you have better arguments, you are the better person in the room, probably.
Sorry?
I said, the kind of respect you would get if you posed a good demeanor and good arguments, probably you'll hold that respect.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that Hamza was challenging the idea that why does it need to be policed and regulated like babies, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, first of all, that's silly. I mean, in any debate, you need a moderator. Doesn't matter how many PhDs you've got. Right. Even amongst established.
Okay. So this was their response was to that question: that why are you regulating us? We have got the PhDs and all these things.
Yeah.
And now I see your point.
I'm trying to say that's irrelevant because in any debate,
that's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, you can have two professors having a debate. There's going to be a moderator.
Right.
In fact, that's like a fallacy, right? Oh, I've got this many PhDs, therefore I'm going to be able to self-police myself. No, it doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, this is like just showing off, basically.
Yeah. And finally, none of those PhDs necessarily mean you're a good moderator. Just because, for example, it could very well be that the other faculty members are there precisely because of their experience, because the PhDs doesn't give you that. I mean, I can go get 2 to 5 PhDs, but it doesn't give me any moderation experience. It could very well be the people who are there who have some debate moderation experience. That's why they're there. So this was just Hamza, his ego getting hurt at the fact that they're being moderated. You don't need to show off about your credentials. The academics are there precisely because you need moderation in these debates, irrespective of your credentials.
Right. Yeah. True that. I agree. All right. I think we finished this finally. It took us probably more than 1.5 months or something like that, but we finished it. Maybe next time we'll do Hakikaju and Dilahanti.
Yeah, we still
All
got 5 viewers. It's strange that people have been whoever
Yeah,
it is.
anybody wants to join and say something? Maybe just say hi or something, or maybe make a point or object to our, any of the points that we have made in this stream is welcome to join. If not, then we're gonna close in probably 30 seconds. Close the stream in 30 seconds. For your convenience, I'm just gonna post have I posted the StreamYard link? So StreamYard link has been posted. It's right in front of you in the comment section. If you want to join and say hello, hi, or anything. Maybe if you want to curse us badly, that's also fine. All right, Mahadan. Yeah, I think we'll. It's time to hit the sack.
All right. See you later, everybody. Thanks for staying with us for this long. If you've enjoyed our reviews and so on, even if you've not enjoyed it, subscribe because there might be a reason. Why did you not enjoy it? Let's have a discussion. Subscribe. Maybe you can come on the next stream and we can have a discussion. We can have a debate. Something I may have said wrong. Philo may have said wrong. You can educate us, maybe. Yeah. Other than that, I wish everybody a good night.
Yeah, and also one thing, after the stream closes or ends, the comment section below the video opens up. And if you have any concern or anything you want to comment about it, please do. If you want to just say, oh, yes, you like the stream and all that, just do that, because then YouTube is going to pick it up, and then it's going to be better for for us to spread our audience, basically. So yeah, that's all good. Thank you, Madan, and thank you, Khayali. Good night, everybody. Good day wherever you are. Bye bye.